Okay, I was muted, so that was strange. They usually unmute me. But anyways, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Knowledge and Relationships. This is your boy M3, and today I have Princess K with me, and the rest of the crew will be on their way. We have Mr. Best in the World backstage, but he'll be right back. So before we begin, I always have to ask Princess K, how are you today? Kind of rhymed a little bit.
I'm blessed. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. You know, just alive, well, blessed, enjoying like another day of work, and that's pretty much it. And I'm with you guys and the people in the chat, so that's beyond my blessings.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, so tonight's topic, if I could pull up real quick. So tonight's topic is okay, double standards. They still exist and will only get worse. So pretty much like we had a topic on ladies night. This was like this was like a couple months back. And in ladies night, the question was, do double standards exist? Now, of course the ladies they kind of covered that up already, but we want to revisit double standards because you know on our side, the knowledge relationship side, man, we have like a lot of other ideologies, and there's a lot of other meanings when it comes to a double standard. And unfortunately, double standards they do still exist, and the reason why it gets worse, well, you will find out pretty soon. Let me go ahead and shout outs to Just a Splash, okay, aka Miss Sophia. So thank you for tuning in. Salutes to you. Yes, definitely much love and respect to the chat, and much love and respect to you, Sophia. Then we have Real Talk with Mimsy Limbs. Thank you so much. Yes, make sure y'all bada bang that like button, y'all. Okay? And then let's see. And then she gives like a good salute to Princess K. She
I
says,
love you too,
Princess K,
Sophia.
beautiful sister.
She is so sweet. I really need to talk to her outside of the show. I love to talk to her. She's just so amazing, really.
Yes, Miss Sophia, she's definitely like a sweet lady. And, I appreciate her dedication. She definitely has a heart full of gold. We also have Daryl Long. Salute to you, my brother. Hey, Daryl, thank you for tuning in, man, and showing support and even help us to moderate the chat to keep them peaceful and control. So appreciate you as always, my brother. Okay, all right, all right, all right. So let me go ahead and play some music so we get kind of cozy. Yeah, let's see. We'll keep it like yeah. I think, yeah, 15 is good. In fact, I don't know. I think 17 is better. Okay. So one of the things I forgot to pull up in one of the double standards, this started when what's her name? Jada Pickett. Do you watch like the Red Table Talk, Princess K?
No, I don't like to do anything with them. Sorry.
Okay,
They
okay.
annoy me sometimes.
Yeah, but you're familiar, like well, like what they do talk about, and what they talk about is a bunch of
I'm
gibberish.
familiar.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm familiar.
So if I could pull this up real quick, one of the the most gibberish things that Jada Smith was talking about, she was talking about like her upbringing, and so she said that her grandmother pretty much taught her how to love herself, but not the type of love that most people are thinking of. It's more of a type where you love yourself to a point that you're getting accreditation for pleasurement. And so no matter what like your husband would do, you're already conditioned that hey, this man does not get any credit for satisfying the climax. Only only the one thyself gets that type of credit. And salutes to JP. What's up, Auntie JP? Thank you for tuning in. She says peace, knowledge, and joy. And the KR crew, Princess K in the chat. How's your spirit? Man, our spirit is wonderful. Thank you so much for asking. I appreciate it. Let me see if I can pull this clip up. I don't know why it's so hard for me to pull up these clips when it comes to oh, there it is. All right. I love my copy paste feature. All right, let me see if I could do a screen share. Okay. I'll need to sign in for now for this one. All right, so let me go ahead and do this.
Right, Sophia. No one watches that mess.
I hear you. I don't blame y'all. All right. And so, just as a precaution, we always got to make sure that in anything we do, it's all for the love and education and entertainment purpose. So this is fair use. So let's see if I could play this video.
My grandmother.
Are you able to hear Princess K?
Yes.
Okay. So Jada Pickett Smith says her grandmother taught her about self-pleasuring when she was 9 years old. Is this a form of education or destruction? We're about to find out soon.
Taught me about self-pleasuring because she wanted me to know that that pleasure was from me.
Exactly.
She didn't want me to fall into the hands of a man, and if he gave me pleasure, to think that that was him.
Yeah.
And she taught me at 9.
Oh, that was a short clip. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking that clip was longer than expected, but okay. So let me go ahead and hide that. So I gotta give credit where credit's due. We wouldn't have been having this topic if Saida had show me this clip. And I asked her, hey, what you think about this? And she mentioned this is like a double standard, and she had a whole lot to say. So I was like, well, let me give you the opportunity to speak on it. Right now, Saida is working at the moment, so she will be returning later on tonight, but that's okay. Just want to say thank you anyway, Saida, for having this top idea and with the questions. And then we also want to shout out to Be Easy, that dude. What's up, Be Easy? And we also have the intellectual soapbox, as known as Mr. Best in the World. Salute to
What's going on, family? What's going on? What's going on? Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to Daryl Long. Shout out to Lady Sophia, Auntie JP. Good to see you. Be easy that dude. What's going on, man? Good to see you, family. And Princess K, hey, you get it early, girl. What's up?
Yeah.
I knew you was coming back home. I knew you was coming back home.
You gotta say the
I'm
welcome
glad
back.
you're here. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. And M3, what's going on, man? What's going on, brother? Let's get it
Not too
going.
much, man. Yeah, good to see you, my brother. Okay, Mr. Best in the World. I want to know, did you get a chance to see the short clip of Jada Pinkett Smith?
Yeah, I did. But as always, I'm a gentleman, so ladies first. Princess K, you can rock out, and then I'll go right after.
All right. Go ahead, Princess K. What's your thoughts on this one?
First and foremost, that's nasty. I'm like, I'll just say that's nasty. Okay. I can get having conversations, but when she said she showed me how to self-pleasure myself, that's where the lines I feel get crossed. I'm just like, you can have a conversation about it, but that's a line that I just think it's just weird. It's very weird, but that's attributed to my upbringing. I was raised in a Christian household, so everything that I was educated on, I learned myself. It wasn't because my parents sat down and had a conversation about the birds and bees. No, they had none of that. I do believe that we should be educating our children, but if it were the case where I had a son, would I be telling him how to pleasure himself? No. Would I be telling, if I had a daughter, would I be telling her how to pleasure herself? No. I would give her information, of course, about the human body, what should and should not be done, such as if somebody's touching you in this area, that's not right. Don't ever feel ashamed of it. Tell me or your father immediately. Like, having those sorts of things in place, I do believe it is important to educate your children, because if you don't, then someone else will. And I guess I see how her grandmother might have wanted her to know about her body before somebody else may have gotten to her. It made her feel like, the pleasure was from them and not from her. But teaching her to self-pleasure herself at 9, that is a little off to me. And I wonder, because I hear, like, a lot of times with boys, young boys, like, we might tell them, oh, don't do that. But it's acceptable for a girl. I'm really just confused by that. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Before we continue, Mr.
We have a
Best, I
guest in
think
the back.
someone
Hold
is
on.
at the door.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I gotta wait for my sounds to load up.
No
So
problem.
until then, I'm gonna let this person in the back door, but I'm still gonna give an introduction. Listen, man, as I always say, lives are never favored. You know what I'm saying? But also the truth. Bringing in brother, truth is never favored. What's up, brother?
What's up? Truth?
Brothers. What's going on this evening?
Good to see you, Truth, man. How you doing?
Happy to be a part of the greatest show right now. You already know I feel blessed and appreciative to share the panel with you guys. And this lady right here, we're going to fight. We're going to fight.
Truth can go next, M3. Truth can go next.
She know why.
All right. Well, Truth.
Yes, sir.
So earlier we was playing a video from Jada's like trash ass red table talk, and so
may I see it? Or
you say you want to see it?
Yes, please.
You know what? Because it's a short clip, we can play it again. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Because I want people to see this anyways, and I know like a lot of people will probably come in later, so you need to understand the contents of this. Let me go ahead and play it.
My grandmother taught me about self-pleasuring because she wanted me to know that pleasure was from me.
Exactly.
She didn't want me to fall into the hands of a man, and if he gave me pleasure, to think that that was him.
Yeah.
And she taught me at 9.
The fuck?
Yeah. So
yeah, I'm trying to tell you. I'm done, yo.
salutes to DJ Eddie King says, "What's up, everyone? Still at
Yeah,
work? And get the likes up. That's right."
Oh,
Good with Eddie King.
Mm-hmm. All right, truth, man. So wait, actually, hold on, wait a minute. Something's not right, real quick. Hold on, before we continue this conversation. Look, man, there's 9 people watching. We have 8 likes. What's the other like? Someone is in this chat is not liking this video. Who is not liking? Raise your hands. No matter of fact, raise your thumbs up and press the like button. Come on, let's get these likes up, everybody. I see 9 people watching, but 8 likes. But anyways, go ahead, Truth. What do you think about that?
Yo, this world, let me tell you something, bro. Like, I read my word, and I understand we're in perilous times and everything like that, and this type of stuff should be happening. I just didn't know it was going to be this bad, man. Like, people actually believe the stuff that they be saying out of their mouth is right, like it's nothing wrong with it. Like, the term what is considered good will be evil, and what is evil is going to now be considered good is like it. That's an understatement, bro. Like, I cannot believe. And then the worst part is, you see little Willow right there just soaking it all up. They have no idea they is destroying that little girl, and she's like, yep. Like, what the fuck? And then she's saying that she learned from an elder at the age of 9 how to do a sexual act. Bro, like, it's no way in the world you can rationalize that to me, to be talking about that with a child, and to be actually encouraging a child to do something so far left and perverse, man. And then you wonder why she's so screwed up. You wonder why she's screwing that guy up. Well, look how she was raised, bro. Look how she was raised. Like, this stuff, like, I keep telling people, all you got to do is go back to a person's upbringing, and you will find the identity of the problem. It always starts at home, man. It starts at home. You don't got to look nowhere else. Forget outside. Forget the stuff we learn from engaging with the people in school and everything like that. Yes, we pick up habits and everything like that, but until we actually see our parents, their example, or the people that's taking care of us, the people that we look up to, their example, and then for them to basically validate that behavior, that's when it becomes habitual and becomes who it cultivates us into who we are, man. Like, this stuff is disgusting, and people is soaked in this stuff up, bro. It's kind of hurtful, man, because this is why the world is so damaged. So,
yeah, we've lived in a very damaged type of society, man, and no pun intended, but people don't want to live by the truth. You feel me?
Absolutely.
They live in a bunch of lies and make shit up, and I don't even want to go there, man, because I know people that will. Yeah, let me not go there because I'll go off on a tangent. But we do have someone that's in the building. This person is, responsible for tonight's topic. So let me go ahead and bring this person in. I see you smiling though. Don't be blushing, okay? Let me bring in Miss Saida. What's up, Saida? Let me go ahead and give you the air horn.
Hello. Good evening.
Well. Look who it is. The gorgeous one. Hello.
Hey.
Didn't I see you somewhere?
No.
I've I'm like, yeah, sure. You saw me somewhere on the live streams.
No,
But
she know what I'm talking about.
But yeah, so Saida, I just played the clip about like Jada. I think you already saw it like in the chat. Um, so what if you don't mind sharing like the people like in the chat? What was like your thoughts when you first saw that video? In fact, how did you find that video anyway?
Yeah, what made you think of like what is that?
I don't know. Like I have, I follow different pages, I guess,
Yeah.
and a lot of different content, variety of content. But my first thought was, what if it was the grandpa? Well, first of a grandma, like in my head is like, wait, a grandma teaching her granddaughter to touch herself. I cannot see my grandma doing that, not even in a million years from now. But then after that, I was like, wait a minute. She's an underage. It's a grandma, yes, but what if it was the grandpa? And I was like, that's a double standard, because if it was the grandpa, even though it's teaching something, it would not be considered teaching or anything. It will be immediately, like
cancellation,
abuse or rape or something. Yeah, you name it, whatever. So to me, it was wow. I was like, this woman is the most toxic woman, mother woman ever, like right now. So yeah, that was my first thought.
That had to probably be like Jada's mother's mother, because it seemed like that traditional family down the line, it seemed like they're just toxic individuals. But hey, I'm not trying to judge, but you could kind of see what's going on, and you could kind of put two to two together. Before I even go on, we got Mr. Best in the World. He's back. Mr. Best in the World, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm not surprised. Look who's talking. I mean, it's Jada. So anything that Jada says, I'm not surprised. You know what I mean? I'm just surprised she ain't say more. You know what I mean? Because, like, let me just tell a story, man. I think, and this happens to a lot of people in my family. Hell, it even happened to me a lot of times. You know what I mean? I had to learn my lesson. The simple fact of the matter is, as men, you know what I'm saying? Yes, I'm going to the men. You know what I mean? We have to stop giving women like this our time, our energy, and more importantly, our name and legacy. Okay? This woman is only doing what she's doing because her husband is not being a man. You know what I'm saying? She's only portraying this outlandish behavior and having these little stupid red table talks and all that because he won't step up to the plate and be a man and say enough of the silly stuff. You know what I'm saying? He's not doing that. So this is the behavior that you're gonna see. You know what I mean? When a man's not doing what he got to do, this is the behavior you're gonna see. You know what I mean? You're gonna see this buffoonery. You know what I mean? You're gonna see this wickedness in this woman's character. You're gonna see that. She's gonna be unruly. She's gonna be talking about things that nobody wants to hear talk about. Things that she should probably keep to herself or probably forget. But she's been told that what she's doing is okay. Her whole life, she's been told that whatever she feels is okay. And that's the dangerous side. And men, when we empower that, it makes them even worse. Because yes, we are a dominant figure. You know what I mean? I want men to really understand that you are a dominant figure. You know what I mean? If you are a man. Before you even open your mouth, women look at you as a dominant figure. You know what I mean? It's just a simple fact. And yes, they both have issues. You know what I mean? But he's allowing this. You know what I'm saying? If he want to allow it, she will have to move on to somebody else. And trust me, you know what I mean? If she had to do that, if she had to actually have to work or probably get a job, because none of her movies is making any money. Trust me, none of her. She's a D-list, maybe F-list actress. She ain't making no money off of nothing. You know what I mean? So if she really had to go out there and really work, you know what I mean? She would change her tune. Trust me. She's living off of his fame, off of his wealth, and off of everything else. You know what I mean? No, it's not feminine energy, bro. You know what I mean? He's trying to do what he can as a man. I don't fault anybody trying to get therapy or help, or you know what I mean, trying to get counseling. That is a man thing to do. That's an adult thing to do. Number one, more than anything. So, and you know, outside of that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really truly believe, you know what I mean, that if he wasn't putting up with this, he would not even be having this behavior doing this. You know what I mean? What can he do to just allow this behavior outside the door? Maybe he needs to do that. Maybe he needs to do that. Maybe he needs to do that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? And that's my thought on it.
84. I 100% agree with you, man. And I'm so glad you took it that route, because this is why I advocate for men being men. Women were designed from us to be protected, even from themselves. That's what we're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? My father says they are the weaker vessel for a reason. Not because they can't do what a man does, but because they are basically ruled by their emotions. And it's not a bad thing. That's what makes a woman a woman. And you can see all into her when she don't have no guidance. And clearly she is feministically driven, because all she talks about, she don't talk about no men had an impact on her life. What is it? It's all females.
So she talk about one man.
No, I'm talking about
we
in
don't know
a
who
light.
that man is.
We're talking about in the light of cultivating her into the woman she is today, which is corrupt, the epitome of corruption. You feel what I'm saying? And like you said, Will is her husband. And see, this is why men need to take the leadership role and to come in, like you said, straight up, let her know, like, look, this ain't going to fly. I already said if I was Will and I saw that table talk, I would break that shit in half. Break it in half and toss it away and say, that stuff is not going to ride no more. That's the problem. He keep allowing things. You know, they need correction. They need leadership. It's not allowance to just because she's of age to do whatever you want to do. We were born this way to worship and to also have discipline throughout our entire lives. We will constantly need correction because we are flawed. You feel what I'm saying? And that's the problem. She doesn't have no true leadership. She doesn't have no discipline. And sad to say, divorce is not going to fix her. You feel what I'm saying? It's not. So divorce is not the answer. He needs to better himself and become a greater man, because she needs guidance, man. And first and foremost, what's missing? They need God, man.
Yeah. And I'm bring up my guests real quick. Before I bring my guests, I just want to make this point because I got to step away. I think both men and women have to protect each other. She protects him in her feminine, in her submission. He protects her in his masculine and in his leadership. And they both coexist as a union, as a bond, as a family, and they move together as a unit. So let me bring my guest in. Let me ring the doorbell for him. Ring it one more time for him. Man, it's good to see this brother, man. Definitely one of the big brothers out here, man. A lot of love for him. You know what I'm saying? Let me bring in Mr. CBN. Black David, come on in, brother. Come on in,
Black David! What's up, guy? That's my guy right there.
Come on in, brother.
Good evening. How you guys doing?
Good evening, brother.
We are doing very well.
Yeah, I've been trying to pace myself because, let's be real, at a tech support, and you try and do this at the same time, and you're a family man, it's like you're juggling multiple jobs. So I haven't been able to do much work on my channel because my partner got sick for 2 weeks, and we are creating a podcast channel for all our podcasts on loan, while we try to make individual content for our own channel, because what I created my channel for was to educate and teach Black people about tech and technology, because as a corporate tech worker for 20 years, I've seen things on the inside that many people don't know. So I try to space my time where I go, where I show up on people's panel, and try and share my views and my insight, especially on this topic you guys are talking about. So I try to show up and show some love.
All right, thank you, Black David.
No
Okay.
problem.
Oh, Black David, you also have a lot of noise in the background, by the way.
Oh, hold on, give me a moment.
No problem. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into the first question, okay? So the first question of double standards is, what are some of the most common double standards scenarios? Okay? What are some of the most common double standard scenarios that you could think of? Saida, I'll let you go first on this one, because I know this is your question.
All right, cool. Was too many, but one that I can think of, and I believe is one of the reasons why men, or it's hard for men to be vulnerable with women, is because if a woman is affectionate, or she wants to cuddle, whatever, then she's taken as affectionate. But if a man is doing or asking for the same, is either needy or weak, and that's kind of like the double standard, because women want a strong man, but that doesn't mean that he cannot be vulnerable. And then when he's vulnerable, they weaponize his vulnerability and use it like, oh, you shouldn't be doing this because you should be strong. So that's one that I can think of right now.
Okay. A little similar to what I had in mind, but let me go with Princess K. Princess K, what's your thoughts of the most common double standards?
I think when it pertains to sexual abuse, women are more so when a man is found to be touching them inappropriately or sexually assaulting them. People want to be up in arms, but when it's another case where a young boy is being touched by a woman and sexually assaulted, people aren't as what's the word? They aren't as concerned about it. And I see that as the problem, because women can sexually assault too. And I think people forget that sometimes. Like that case with Jada and her grandmother, like Sayura said, if she said that was her grandpa teaching her that, then there would be more of an outrage. But because it's her grandma, it's kind of glanced over. You remember when I think his name is Jim Jones? He was talking about how his mother taught him how to please a woman when he was young, and she was making out with him and stuff like that. Now people had stuff to say about that, but there wasn't as much of an outrage as how it would be if it was another case where it was like a young woman was saying her dad taught her how to please a man when she was a child.
Okay.
There's a common difference between that.
All right. Thank you, Princess K. All right. Okay. Truth is never favored. All right. What's your thoughts on number one?
Everybody been hitting it right on the nose. I mean, we already know this world is the greatest double standard against men. We will always be vilified. Feel what I'm saying? We already know a woman without money is okay. A man without money is a bum automatically. And that is universally recognized by females and men. You feel what I'm saying? We are only good as the weight of our pockets. If our pockets is not sufficient, we're nothing. We don't matter. We're irrelevant. We're void, purposeless, inconvenient, useless, and anything else that does not matter. That's the greatest double standard.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Truth. Black David, go ahead.
The most common double standards. I would say, which is more common across the countries or across the world. You can ask a man of their age, but you cannot ask a woman of their age. You can ask a man what they do or what they make, but you can't do the same to a woman. I've seen that and heard that for many years now, trying to figure out where that comes from, whether it's in the book whatsoever. Another double standard I know about is men are not supposed to be emotional, supposed to be like robots. Women can be emotional, but as of lately, men who have too much emotion they can't control it, they now they start deleting themselves. So how can you say a man not supposed to have emotion, but there's nowhere to treat or articulate what's going through their mind or through their heart to the point whereby the pressure of the world come down their shoulder to the point they say that enough is enough. I've seen that happen a lot.
Okay, thank you, Black David. All right, so it seems like number one question
It's
is
on me.
going to
It's on
talk.
me, bro.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Best.
Um, I think some of the most common double standards is, I think one, like everybody's saying, men can't show emotions, so that's for men. We can't show emotions, we can't cry, we can't do this, that, and the third, but women can always show emotions. And I think also another double standard is that, um, you know, women are supposed to, you know, just fall in line no matter what, but a man can just kind of do whatever he wants. You know what I'm saying? I think, it's like, all right, you can't do that. You can't expect a woman to fall in line and just you blindly lead them. Like that's not she's not feeling safe and secure. And you would want her to make you feel safe and secure when it comes to your legacy and your last name. So you got to make her feel secure when it comes to you leading. It's the same thing. You know what I mean? You both are trading in and you both are covering each other under, God or whatever you believe in. So yeah, those are the double standards that go on. And it does need to, come to a point where you're working together. So yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if I missed some of the people like in the chat. So see, it's a sick and sad world. It's been like this. It's just no shame now. Sorry, you said a woman who cries is in touch with her feelings. A man who cries is weak. Oh, dang. See, I was going to say that too.
Mhm.
But hold on. Just tell me how you feel. Don't be so emotional. Just say what you want. Don't be so demanding. Truth says nothing wrong with emotions. Just don't make emotional decisions, which is part of fear that leads to death. And he says to Justice Splash, I know my father's word. Okay. All right. So my number one statement was gonna be as far as when a man cries, but like I said, Saida already kind of took that part, which is fine. Um, I'll just break it down to you why I feel that way. Um, so when a man's crying, we're deemed as weak. We're deemed as feminine. And yet, of course, it's okay for a woman to cry because, everyone has that expectation that women are emotional. So it's acceptable in society. Now, what about when it comes to, shenanigans between, us and the police? Now, how often do women they call the police when there's physical violence? There's a lot of physical violence that's going on, and the expectation is that the man is always the violent one, but no one talks about how violent women can be. But if a man speaks up about that, the police is just gonna laugh at him and they're gonna like think that we're a bunch of wusses by calling the police on our own women who's being, hitting us. So my time is up. We're gonna go to the number two. All right. So I had to switch this up because this one is more common with the gender, but I changed it to what is the racial double standard. I see your face, Black David. Look like you got like a lot to say. Look at that face though.
I don't think I quite understood the question. I'm sorry. Like,
Okay, so like
yeah.
basically what's the double standard when it comes to race? Like an example, in America, there's a lot of like complaints that there's certain privileges like white privilege or privileges that blacks won't really get as far as I don't know when it comes to housing, banking, when it comes to the police, etc. But maybe in other countries, you guys probably like face maybe some type of racial discrimination or maybe some type of unfair standard. It could be about color too, light, dark skin, however it could be. I just put racial just for now because I had to change it up.
Got it.
Okay. Black David, I saw you have a big look in your face. Your eyes balled out real quick. So let me get your thoughts.
I will say this: there is a racial double standard, especially in the workforce. What I know
Mm-hmm.
for my field in 20 years, what a white counterpart can do, a black counterpart had to do at least twice or three times more the workload they do to be recognized. Now, there's level to that. So that's the black, then the black Caribbean had to be around three or four times more than the black. Then your African black, it's almost like five times or beyond that because in every work environment in corporate America, if a white counterpart can do the least amount of work, they get recognized. But it would not be the same thing with other races as well, depending on where they're coming from. The Asian community, the Middle Eastern community, they're almost on the same level with the white. But as for black, it's like you have to do extra more to be recognized. And I've seen that in the field I work. I've been a supervisor, I've been a team lead, I've been a manager at some time, and I see that a lot.
All right. Thank you, Black David. Okay. All right. Truth, I'm gonna go down to you, and then ladies, I'm gonna get out to you last. Um, Truth, what do you think about the racial double standard?
Uh, Real,
Is there
I
a double
mean,
standard or not?
to me, there isn't, and I'm being honest.
Okay.
Um, I just think it's a lot of discrepancy between people and dealing with people on an individualistic basis. Um, we have horrible individuals in every race. You feel what I'm saying? And a lot of times, what we do is when we visually see something, uh, we group people together automatically. And for me, that's an ignorant way of doing things unless you can pinpoint a history in said individual's behavior. In other words, is there evidence saying that this one individual has consistently exhibited this behavior over and over again, and we have evidence of such?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think everyone, not equally, is that done, but I believe that is more so the case than where we're just splitting white and black.
Okay. Thank you, Truth. Uh, Okay. So, Princess K, let me get to you next. What do you think about the number two question? Princess K?
I'm sorry, I was grabbing my tea. For the racial double standard, I'll talk about one that I've experienced personally. Back when I was in private school, when I was young, was basically surrounded by white people everywhere. And I was the only black person in a class full of white people. And one time I came to school and my mom had braided my hair in these they're like, I forget what they're called, but it's piggy tails but braided up. And so
Mm.
I came to school that way and I was made fun of. The girls in the class said that I looked like somebody from prison, right? And I kid you not, barely a month later, another girl came in with the same hairstyle. She said her nanny braided her hair like that. And everybody was just like, oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. That's so exotic. I want my hair braided like that. But when it was on me, they said I looked like I was from prison.
Oh wow,
And in the
dang.
workforce, that happens too. With my hair out in an afro,
Yeah,
I look like I'm unkept. They say I'm unkept, but
yeah.
the
Well,
other
sorry, Princess
women,
K.
they can wear their hair out naturally. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Sorry, we did ran out of time, but I get what you're saying. Basically, you had your little like puff balls or ponytails. They look at you like you was kind of like nah, like we're good. But someone that was a different race had that same type of style, and they gave her praise. Hmm. So okay, all right, Saida. All right, you're up next.
Yeah. Well, I am not in your culture, so I am not in the US. I don't really know, this, I've heard things, but I'm not quite sure of, you
Well, we
know.
want to know what it's like in your culture. Do you go through that?
I was thinking about it and I don't think so, to be honest. Like here, for example, a coworker, even if it's a male, he will be earning the same amount of money. Like it doesn't matter if you're a female, no one gets paid less. You get paid for, the position. Not
Hmm.
it doesn't matter if you're a male or, female. Um, I'm trying to think of one, to be honest, but I don't really have one.
Okay, that's fine. Well, within the last seconds, do you face any like color discrimination, light, dark?
Yeah, I'm considered dark or black in my culture, but
Okay.
since I guess because of the
Sorry, sorry,
anyway.
we already ran out of time, but yeah, I get you though. All right, we could go back to it later on. Just say those thoughts. You too, Princess K, because I know like you definitely have good stories to tell. We'll get back to those in a minute. All right, Mr. Best, what you
Yes,
think
sir.
about number two?
Of course, there's going to be racial double standards in America. I mean, that's what America was founded on. Do your
Hmm.
history, look it up. You know, what I mean, you go through civil rights era, you can go through slavery era, you can go through modern era, you go through any era, and you will see that it is what it is, Jim Crow era, whatever. It's always been double standards when it comes to us and people of other races or whatever. So Princess Kate just gave you an example. There's so
Hmm.
many other examples, and it's just life. I've had examples where people, I was working at a corporation, they was making fun of Dr. King's holiday, saying it's not really a
Hmm.
holiday. So yeah, you're gonna face that. You're gonna see it. It's gonna be stuff that happens. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, it's very unfortunate that it does happen. So I think in that you just got to understand, where you live, what you're about, what I mean, and why you're there. So, unfortunately, something that we got to deal with. So, yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Best. All right, so I'll make mine quick if I can. The answer is like okay, well, my version of racial double standards is when someone gets a certain job not based off their skill, but based off their relationship to it. And I don't like to just say, okay, because you're this color or that color, you're gonna automatically get that. No, it's more because of who you know. But however, these are the people that's in the same race as you. So when they look at you, they're like, oh, okay, you're part of us. So let me go ahead and try to bend some type of rules. Whereas there's others who can, you know, get discriminated on based off maybe the look or just the way how they carry themselves or whatever. There's so many different reasons, but I would definitely say, from what I hear from a lot of people, they claim that in corporate America, they face that a lot because of the color scheme. That's all I gotta say. I was trying to talk super fast, but anyways. So let's go ahead and get to the number 3 question.
Can I add something because that made me think of something.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you 30
Every
seconds.
second.
So someone just not too long ago, they told me that it was kind of curious in our culture. They use bullying doesn't exist that much here in our culture in Latin America, I guess in general, or just El Salvador, because whatever your feature, your weakness, or whatever it is, that's gonna be your nickname. For example, if you're fat, they're gonna call you gordo, and gordo means fat. So you don't feel like no one is disrespecting. So I find that curious, but someone mentioned in the chat that Mexican tend to ridiculize Salvadorians or vice versa. But we
Yeah.
have our mentality that we don't care what they say, you know. So, but it happens. So that's something that it does happen. And then what you
Yeah.
were mentioning, you know, sometimes people get in jobs just because they are, you know, have some type of relationship with someone. It might happen, but honestly, it doesn't happen too often. It's some
I get you.
companies it might.
All right. Thank you, Saida. Okay. Hold on for a second. We have someone in the building. She looked like she's sleepy and tired.
I'm not letting you in. No, I'm not letting you in. No. I'm not letting you in. No, I'm joking. You know, she knows I love her. I got a lot of love for her. Matter of fact, hold on. How you? Wait, you're not even in the front door? You gonna sneak through the back door? Oh my gosh, she just came through the back door. I tried to open the door, but I can't even do it because she's gonna sneak through the back. All right, whatever. Come on in, Damo. Bring it in.
I really am so tired. Hi. And then I took a shower, so now I'm extra tired. Hello.
Hello, Dom.
Hey, Damo.
How are you?
Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. I was just talking to somebody, you know.
I know.
Hi.
How you gonna slam my door, Damo? You slam my door. I'm very mad about that.
You know me, a little spicy.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this. All right. So, Dom, definitely good to see you. So I have a number 2 question for you. The number 2 question is, what is the racial double standard? What does it mean to you?
The racial, okay, double standard is based on race. I think the double standard is, it's a lot. First of all, let me tell you something. I was just talking to somebody about this the other day, because when I get angry, right, it's, black girls don't know how to listen, blah, blah, blah. When women of other cultures get angry, it's like, she's just spicy. Or, if when you have a different culture mom, like, she, gets crazy or whatever. It's always like praised when women of other cultures do it. Like, it's always like, they're just tough. Like, they're just tough moms. They're just, all this kind of stuff. So I just feel like Black women get a lot of like backlash for doing the same thing that other women do, but maybe, So yeah, I think race, so that happens. And I think, what happens with Black men as well. I think when you see, a Black man coming, it's like, and then when you see another man coming, of a different culture, it's like, he's not that bad. So yeah. I think
all right, thank you, Dom. And wait, hold on for a second. Thunder, lightning, and rain outside? That should be no other than She Stole My Thunder. Hey. She says, bonjour, hello. How are the panelists and the fellow chatters doing tonight? We're doing very, very well. Thank you, She Stole My Thunder. Good to see you. And then she says, angry Black woman syndrome. Okay. And then, we got the people. I agree, Dom, but have you heard of the angry Black guy show? Okay. Now, we do have another guest in the building. All right. This guy's from where is he from? Is he from British Columbia? Something like that. Anyways, he could tell you. Let's go ahead and bring in Simon. Simon Hector, how are you?
Good evening.
All right. Getting to you, Simon. What's good with you?
I'm cool. How's you guys?
We're doing pretty well. You might have to adjust your mic because you're a little low.
It might be my voice. Like I'm still recovering from whatnot.
Oh, okay. I get you though. All right, no problem.
Yeah. So peace and blessings. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll see if I can adjust anything else. I think it's the volume on my thing. Let me deal with that for a sec.
No problem. Actually, I got you. You sound good right now, though. So I got you on that one. All right. So as soon as he come back, he could kind of answer number 2, or we could actually jump into number 3. I think everybody already answered number 3. Sorry, number 2. So let's see. All right, number 3. How do you know if a relationship is? Oh, okay. There you go. You're back, Simon. Let me get to number 2. What is the racial double standard for you when it comes to race?
I'm over here, so like we're yeah, that's a difficult one. Double standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I have a double standard, but I do know the opposite race does. Maybe, perhaps, due to lineage. Just, I think what it boils down to is like, it's all good. It's all good if you're just gonna have a relationship, but when we start talking about marriage and children, and you're having those conversations with the parents, over here is the pub, right? So we'll go to the pub, we'll sit down. It's a different thing. So yeah, that could kind of be a double standard.
But okay, so like, let me pause the time. So like in the UK, right? Because that's where you're from. So in the
Yes,
UK,
sir.
do you face any racial discrimination, or let's say when it comes to like in partnership with someone outside of race, do you get a lot of backlash?
I'll give you an example. I was in a relationship when I was very young. I was unaware of racial discrimination at that point in time. And I was just having like an argument with the person I was with, like you do, like tit for tat. It wasn't like a big deal. But some guy just came out of the blue and smacked me in my face. Some white guy. I was with a white girl, so he probably thought something was going on, you know, and he had to defend her. So that's the kind of indirect racial discrimination.
Okay. All right, that's a good one. All right, so let me go ahead and get to the number 3 question, and thank you for sharing that. Okay, so number 3. How do you know if a relationship is a double standard? How do you know if a relationship is a double standard? Dom, what's your thoughts?
Say that again.
How do you know if a relationship is a double standard?
If a relationship is a double standard? I feel like I'm gonna need more background. Can a relationship be a double standard?
I'm not really for sure.
Could be double standards, maybe.
Wait, say again? Could be a double. What?
Maybe certain types of relationships could be double standards. Like.
Yeah, I mean, try to break it down as much as you can. I know this is Saida's question for that, right? So, and salutes to Wandra Watts. Good to see you in the building.
I would say, I don't know. You got to come back to me. Let me go second. I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, hopefully, like if Saida comes back, she could probably break it down to us. All right, Princess K, what do you think about the number 3? How do you know if a relationship is a double standard?
I'm not too sure how to answer that question. What I will say is that I know that some of my friends who are a part of the LGBTQIA community have said stuff like, a straight couple can go out and be affectionate with each other, but when it comes to us, people look at us differently, even in 2022. I guess that would be my answer for that, but I do think I need more context behind that. But I have to go down. My phone is overheating for some reason. But I'll be in the chat. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, dang, no worries.
Why?
All right,
Well,
Princess
Mission,
K.
yeah.
Um,
Salute again to Paralife TV.
Hey, Starlight TV. Hey, that's my buddy. What's going on?
If you like to
Intellectual
come
Soapbox,
up,
man. Good to see you.
yeah. And that's always good to see you too. I was wondering what. So look, and Big Rick Slaps too though.
I'm gonna
So
watch what's going on. Big Big what up, man?
yeah. So look, I'm gonna put the chat in. Sorry, not chat. I'm gonna put the link in the chat again. So if you guys on the Twitch side, if you guys on YouTube side, please feel free to come up so we can talk about this topic.
The question should read: how do you know if a relationship has double standards?
Well,
That's how it should
how
read.
do you know?
Or it should read: what do you do if you feel like your relationship has double standards? But since it's written that way, it should be: how do you know if a relationship has double standards?
Has double standards. Okay, I like that one. So hold on. That's a good way to put it. Because and I like the way how Princess K kind of broke it down in her own perspective, because sometimes in certain relationships they could feel like, well, okay, straight guys may have a privilege, or gay guys may have a privilege, or they feel like women have a privilege. I feel like it still goes into it, like I said, it could go to any other meaning. You could look at it like as class, as orientation, however you want to choose to view it as. But Black David, what you think?
Well, when that question was first asked, the first thing comes to my mind is the gender role double standard, whereby some guy will say it's easy for a guy to juggle multiple women, but it's not easy for a woman to juggle multiple men. That one that comes to my mind. Another one, it's okay for a man to cheat, but it's not okay for a woman to cheat. That's another double standard. I'm coming from Brooklyn, New York. This is what we hear out here in the street. So my sister here my sister over here, nope, know what I'm talking about.
I agree with both.
It's okay to have a main chick and a side chick, but it's not okay for a woman to do the same exact thing too as well, right? Because she might get pregnant and X, Y, Z may happen. You know what? Let me close down because if I go into the quiz, I turn into a nerd big time. So I start snitching on people. What's another one thing? I can date multiple women, but women can date multiple men and have her choice because it would make her look kind of promiscuous, kind of thing, double standards, right? Don't mind my son in the background.
No problem. All right, thank you, Black David. Actually, those examples that you gave was definitely phenomenal. And actually, you was on point in that one. Because, hey, people will praise a man when it comes to him sleeping around with multiple women. But they'll look at a woman as a slut if she has a desirable urge to having 2 or more guys. You know what I mean? So, yes, there are double standards into that type of relationship.
That first thing came to my mind when you asked that question. I was like, should I go straight back to high school? Yeah, I should go back there.
All right. Truth is never favored. Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Since we brought up those double standards, do we think those standards should be applicable?
Say that again.
Do we think those standards should be applicable? Do we think those type of standards need to change, or are they relevant? And it's the reason why I'm asking that.
Hold on, Sam. I got somebody at the door. We can. Matter of fact, hold on, Truth. Don't forget that thought. Let me just let this guest in real quick.
Okay.
Gotta let this guest in. This is the creator of the Silencios. You know what I mean? Her talk is always real. Let's bring in real talk with Mimsy Lambs. What's going on, Mimsy?
What's up, everybody?
What's up, Mimsy? How you doing?
I'm just hanging out. How you guys doing?
Not bad.
We're
not
doing
bad.
very well.
What up, kiddo?
Can we write down what Truth? Can
The
you ask
last
the question
comment
again?
that popped up, that was a good
Hold
comment.
on, y'all. Hold on. Truth, can you say that question again?
I said, based
Can you
off
write this
of
down,
that
M3?
yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm just having M3 write it down. Go ahead.
Based off the double standards that Black David went over and M3 agreed on, do we think those standards are applicable, or should they need to change? And I wanted y'all input because it's a reason why it's a reason why I'm asking. And if y'all want me to go into the reason, I can go into, or what do y'all individually think?
I have an answer. So this is what I think.
Hold on. That's the question that we saving. We're not getting into that yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you know if a relationship has double standards? Okay, this is actually a great question. Well, that don't even sound right. That's a great question. So, all right, are we talking about any relationship, or are we talking about intimate?
Any relationship that comes to your mind. So you can look at it like, well, I think intimate relationships, or I think regular relationships could be like that. Whatever you feel the question asks.
Okay. Trying to see if I have any relation to any double standards. Well, okay. We already know that in a relationship, if it fails, we know that the man is blamed first. Automatically. Especially if it ends in divorce. It's automatically like, what did the man do? Not what did the woman do.
Okay. That's a great one. I would definitely say on that one. Yeah. Especially when it comes to divorce court.
Yep.
Relationships are intimate in some form per the definition. Okay. All right. Thank you, Truth. All right. So, Mimsy. So, we're talking about double standards. And so this question might be a little bit complex because it's how you view it as, basically. But how do you know if a relationship has double standards? How would you know?
So I'm gonna be honest, right? And I don't think I fully understand. See, I missed CBN's description and your agreement on double standards. Sorry about that. So with that being said, I Googled it and it said something unfairly put down, right? So that was the key word that I noticed was unfairly. It's not just about like roles. That means that there's some sort of feeling about something there. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, right, disclaimers, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Did we get Mr. Best, did you answer number 3 or not?
You gotta be kidding me. How would you know relationship has double standards? I mean, man, this is a toughie. You would know just by if the person is treating you in the same credence that they expect to be treated at. So they're asking you to do X, Y, and Z. They want you to do this and do that, and you have to get me this, or you have to be here at this time, blah 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 blah. But they can always show up late. They don't ever buy you nothing. They don't ever do nothing for you. You know what I mean? Or you got to treat my family this way, but your family can never come over the house. You know what I mean? Those are double standards that you know you can just watch out for, and that you know that you would just have to, be mindful of. And if you're in a relationship like that, address the issues. If the issues don't change, get out. You know what I mean? Leave the relationship and keep it moving. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Mine's going to be a little similar to yours, but it's going to be double standard in friendships with the opposite gender and narcissists. So it's pretty much starting everything that what you just said. But let's say if the person, if the woman doesn't get her way, and now she's telling all like the friends that you know or whatever, or you say something rude, and they play that, oh, he hurt my feelings, like he's not supposed to talk to me because he's a man and he's supposed to be my friend. And everybody comes along and be like, well, shame on you for, being so rude. Even though behind the scenes, I just tell like it is and I don't care what comes out of my mouth. But it's okay for them to show off and, talk crap or whatever, or say whatever they want to say and get a pass at it. And nobody doesn't really say anything. That could go for work. That could go for your social environments. I feel like overall, when it comes to words, I feel like, well, let me give you one scenario real quick for the last 10 seconds. A woman could talk about height and shame him and talk about like broke men. But as soon as a man talk about fat women, then they get upset. That's all I got to say.
Well, I just got to piggyback off that real quick. I would just say for myself, I don't get that entangled with women who are not with me, you know what I mean, or who are not my girl or whatever. Because at the end of the day, I don't really care what another female thinks outside if I'm with them or if they're family. And even with family, I sometimes don't care. So I'm not gonna really stress that. Like if a female is supposed to be my friend, I'll address the issue once. And if she don't change her behavior, I'm done. Like she's not one of the homies, so I don't really care. Yeah, that's just really where I'm at.
Okay. That's what's up. All right, let's go get down to like the number 4 question.
Can I answer number 3?
I'll give you 30 seconds. You ready?
What? Because you forgot to let me answer? So
I forgot to let you. Wait, you did answer it, didn't you?
I didn't answer. The only thing I answered was the last question that nobody really had an answer to.
It was okay. I'll give you 1 minute.
She didn't go. Go ahead, Tom. I'm sorry.
I think that all relationships have double standards. I think because everyone is different, so everyone's gonna feel like there's something that I could do and there's something that you could do because we're two different people. I think some double standards aren't bad though. I think they're, we live in a world with it. So like, for example, when I was in college, my roommate, she can sleep through anything. I can't. That's why I smoke weed. I cannot sleep through anything at all. So I came in late from partying. She didn't care if I made noise. And when, I was doing homework, I didn't care that she made noise because I didn't mind chaos while I was doing homework. But when she was doing homework, I was quiet. And when she came in, she was quiet. So I think all things have double standards, but not all of them are bad. It's just a way of respecting, like, okay, if you're going to tell me I can't do this, but then, where are you going to meet me halfway and also compromise on something that makes me feel better? So that was it. Number 4.
That was hilarious, boy. Gotta give a shout out to our brother AR. What's good, AR? You know what I mean? So shout out to everyone. Shout out to him as well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man.
What? First time my roommate went to church and she was a very nice girl from Louisiana and she was very sweet. So she didn't go out much. So I didn't have to worry about noise. But I went out. I was Tatiana in college, with the women. I only dated women in college.
Okay, Don. What a wonderful life you had. Yeah. And don't forget, everybody, to hit the likes.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
What a wonderful world. Anyways. All right, so let's go ahead to number 4 question. Oops. Damn, StreamYard. Okay. So number 4 is, what is the economic standard? This ties in with social class.
It should be said. It should be. What are some economic standards?
Or what do you economic double standards?
Yeah. What do you believe are some economic double standards?
Well, I shared it earlier about how, as far as when it comes to financially, a man, if he doesn't have no money, is universally recognized as a bum, and a woman that doesn't have no money is okay.
Okay. All right. Do you get it now, Mimsy?
I'm sorry, my speaker, like I had a Jenga moment. I didn't really hear.
So the question is, right, what do you believe are some economic double standards? So the way how Truth broke it down was, if a man is broke, then he is a dope. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you could marry a woman that comes from Walmart. Matter of fact, you could grab yourself a homeless woman. But as long as she's beautiful, it's all fine and diggity.
Is it not because he's supposed to be the provider?
I don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out.
See, I don't see, and this is where I have questions. So I'm not entirely. I think the bottom line when I Googled it, it was the unfair part, right? So like, what is unfair in the economic standards? I don't know. Probably that, like, in my town, right? Because I only know what I know. In my town, it's easier for women to get jobs than it is for men to get jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can go to town right now and go to any one of the little places here in town and I'll get a job. Mike goes to town, and because he's not related to anybody, because again, we're in a small town, he's not getting hired. You know what I'm saying? So like, that's I suppose a double standard, economic double standard. That's not cool. You know what I'm saying? Is that a good example? Because I'm really bad at like.
Let me elaborate on the reason why, like how you said unfair, because it's a difference between provision and actually being considered that you aren't shit for not having no money. It's a big difference. Like, you actually don't have no other value other than money, and that is unfair and not true. Because we are supposed to protect you guys. We are supposed to provide y'all when y'all not even, we supposed to love y'all even when y'all unlovable. We got to be able to see 4 and 5 steps ahead to make sure that the family is covered. We have a lot of things that we have to, account for as far as the family and everything like that. So money shouldn't be the only thing.
Thank you, Truth, for elaborating. Okay, Dom, now you have 30 seconds.
What's wrong with you today? So listen, I want to address the thing what Mimsy was trying to say, because I don't know what she was about to say, but I kind of agreed with whatever part she was saying. So she was saying, right, so this is what I'm confused about, because if you're saying that men making money and paying for dates, like things like that, not you, but everyone's comments or whatever, but men making money and paying for dates is a double standard, and women don't have to pay for anything. But you also do know that women are expected to dress up, be presentable, do a lot of things to go on these dates. Like, you're not going to just take me out on a date in my pajamas. Because if you take me out on a date in my pajamas, I'll pay half. Let me just say that. I don't got to get dressed, and I don't got to pay and wear makeup, because makeup is expensive, and do my hair. Listen, I'll pay half, no problem. But if I got to get dressed and get cute, then yes.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a double standard. Also, economic double standard. I think it's a double standard.
Okay. No, your time is already up.
No, because you only gave me 30 seconds, and that's not fair.
Yeah. Well, I gave
Everybody
everybody
got
30
The
seconds.
whole time, just have to make a comment and then answer the question.
Okay.
No, but we gave you a minute before, Dama.
So you only get like minutes and 30 seconds? Like, does everyone get the same time limit? That's
No,
what
everybody
I'm
got the same time.
Yeah.
Everybody got the same time. Everybody got the same time. Everybody got the
It's all
same
about
time.
I don't think everybody got 30 seconds though.
No, I gave Truth 30 seconds just now because he already went, and then I gave you 30 seconds.
Hey, M3, do you gotta dress up when you go out?
Huh?
Do you gotta dress up when you go out?
Do I have to dress up when I go out?
Yeah. Do you look nice when you go out?
Well, yeah. I mean, to me, that's my personal requirement. I ain't
Oh,
trying to look like
alright,
no bum when I go out.
Yeah, that. Thank you for saying that. What about you, 84?
It's not the same.
Yeah, we can, because I want to get to everybody else on number 4, so we can
No, that's
elaborate
all.
on
I'm
this
just
after.
asking that real quick. That's it.
No, I want to really talk about it. So, I don't want to take away from anybody else right now. Matter of fact, I'll use my minute to kind of address that. But
Okay.
I'll address that in my minute. I definitely will because I do want to talk about that, bro. But I think the next person is Simon, right?
Yeah, because I think Simon and then Black David.
Mm-hmm.
Simon,
So,
here?
yeah. What's the question?
Okay, do you believe that? No, do you believe? Oh wait, do you believe our some?
What do you believe are some economic double standards?
Hold on for a second.
What do you believe are some economic double standards? It could be, I mean, what do you believe that is? When it comes to
okay, no, I wrote it right. Okay.
No, you good.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in terms of like a long-term relationship or like someone you just met?
It could be either one. You can use relationships, whatever you want to use.
I will go to, just for the sake of it, my marriage. Economic. Did someone say something?
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, 10-year marriage, economic disparity was that she didn't really understand money. So it was all down to me, really. And I know the message is that men are supposed to do that thing, but the problem is I got divorced and I had a child. And after that, the problem with the economic disparity was still there after she left the divorce, which I didn't really want to happen. But, we're living with it. So like now I'm a single father and my daughter is in a certain position, and her mother's still trying to figure that shit out. So,
All right, thank you, Simon.
Thank you.
Okay, Black David. What do you think about number 4?
Okay. Let me make this real quick. Economic double standard. 1. Men are judged by what they can produce, the bank account, where women are judged based on their beauty and their looks. When you come to an interview, a man had to project his skill and experience. In some cases, women don't have to show their look and don't have to say too much. Sometimes can get a job in some area in corporate America. What another economic double standard is this? Oh, what a man makes in corporate America, women make almost a fraction less than what a man make in corporate America, in IT or in medical field whatsoever. What another economic double standard would I be? Oh yeah, it's easy for a woman to make money faster than a man because she don't have to say much. She just look good, go on Instagram, wear 2 piece, and she can make a lot of money. A guy got to do an extra more to make money on Instagram. Economic double standard. I got 12 on. I'm trying to get another one. You know what? I'll talk about it later because I'm trying to do within the time limit, and there's a lot. Economic double standard. Women are winning.
Okay. All right, thank you, Black David. All right, Mr. Best.
I think when it comes to economic double standards, we do see it where, especially when it comes to men and women, as far as like the workforce, because women can do the same amount of job, but can do the job even better than a man. that she won't be paid the same amount, and that's not fair because she's doing what she got to do, and she should be paid the work that she put in. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if she's a woman or not. If she's doing a great job, she should get paid. You know what I mean? If the same amount, if not more. I would say when it comes to relationships, yes, men are expected to pay, but I think that needs to change since we live in a society where women say that they're equal now with men, right? They say they have equal rights, they say they have equal liberties, they want everything equal. So since everything's equal, you can pay for yourself now too. And you can help pay for some of these bills too, because things ain't going and becoming cheaper. Look at these gas prices. Things are not becoming cheaper, people. Okay, it's going up. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the way it is. With the increase in technology and resources and goods, prices are going up. So you got to pay as much as you weigh as well, women. There you go.
All right. Yeah. So, my views on economic standards. In relationships, it's just simply like, look, there's always going to be an expectation of what can we provide. Could be like dates, whatever. So women will have that expectation instead of appreciation. So you ask them out, their expectation is that you're going to pay for this date. It's not like, oh, you're so sweet, I appreciate you. It's an expectation, almost like a demand. I'm not going on a date with you. Like, as a woman, she ain't going on a date with us if we don't pay for a meal. You know what I mean? Simple as that. And in return, a man's expectation normally is in exchange for maybe intimate relationship that leads to sex. And that never gets offered. A lot of times what happens is the man is left doing everything and not getting out of the relationship. And I think that's how they look at things in a double standard. That's about it.
I just want to address this real quick. The Truth is asking me. Yes, Truth. You know what I mean? I do believe that a man should be presentable, and that does cost money too. Nothing is free in this world. So, the cologne costs money, the haircut costs money, everything costs money. So you have to know that it's gonna cost you money to get ready and prepared if you want to look presentable, and it's gonna cost her. So both people have to pay. You know what I mean? Both need to know how much money they're willing to pay on certain things, so they're not, killing themselves and trying to overball on a budget. So yeah.
Exactly, brother. That's all I wanted to hear. And we already know men's shit is way more expensive than female shit. Way more.
Bada bing.
Bada bing.
All right. All right, let's go down to the last question. What's up, Truth?
What you said earlier, before 84 went in, say what you said right before 84 went in, because it was a reason I wanted to say something about that real quick.
Oh, sure.
You said something very important.
Let me see. The last part I was saying about, like, you talking about like the high expectation or demand for men to spend money on dates, but in exchange they want sex, but they don't get the sex out of it. It's more of like, hey, I expect for you to hold up to your word, but then when it comes to them, they don't hold up to their word.
Exactly, and that is probably one of the biggest double standards too. It is not obligatory for a woman to sleep with you, but it's mandatory for a man to spend money on a woman he just met. That's some bullshit.
Yeah, but it is the way it is right now because it's not allowed to happen.
Everybody though, it's not mandatory for every woman. So that's the thing. Just because the women that certain people are you do that, it's not every woman. First of all, Princess K was literally
that is bullshit.
Hold on. One mic. Hold on. Set the clock. Hold on. One mic.
I'm good. That away 10 seconds. That's okay. Because I can't answer in 30 seconds and nobody else gets 30 seconds. They just keep going back and forth. So I'm good.
Oh, excuse me, Don, but we give everybody 30 seconds. Okay, well, whatever. So anyways, some women cannot handle the truth. So if you can't handle the truth, then step. But anyways, so we're going to go to the number 5. Number 5 is what are double standards? Oh, hold on. What are double standards like in other countries? Oh yeah, that was supposed to be. Oh, you know what? Well, we do have Simon up in here. So Simon, you could kind of break us down. What are double standards like in other countries?
What kind of questions you have?
So number 5 is, what are double standards in other countries?
Okay. Double standards to what extent? I mean, you gotta give me some detail, bro.
Oh, okay. In your country, what are the double standards that you encounter with that is different from Americans' double standard? If you could think of anything.
That's a real hard question because there's a lot that aligns with what goes on in the US in comparison to the UK. So I don't know. I mean, if you feel there's a double standard in the US, then maybe you could tell me, and I could go yes or no.
Well, in the, I mean, it's pretty simple. Like in the U.S., we mentioned about double standards as far as race, gender between men and women, economic status. We mentioned all these things in the live streams. But is there anything that is different that we don't know about or that we never really heard of before?
I think there's this thing where I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm saying this plainly because I can't speak for the UK, right? And I can't speak for the US. But there's this whole disconnect with the fact that there are other black people in other black countries that are not experiencing the same things that you experience over there. Why I say that is because it's weird how people do not understand why people try to connect with people from other countries.
Okay.
The reason why I get on platforms that are not from my native land is based on the fact that there's some relative factor. And the relative factor is that we are actually experiencing the same thing. So I hope to be able to have a conversation with somebody who actually understands that.
All right.
In essence, and sorry, go on.
Oh, so you gotta say your last point because we already run out of time. So
yeah. That's all I've got to say.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Black David. Now
Let me start. It's a lot I can say right now. It's a lot. For example, in Africa, a man can have multiple wives, but women cannot have multiple husbands. Number one. Number two, a man can kick out his wife and have the parent of the wife pick him up, but a woman cannot do the same to the husband. Number three, well, there's no. I think they started lately, but before I've been seeing men beat up the woman and they don't get arrested for that. But now these days in the Africa, they start doing that now. Number four, in Islamic country, it's okay for a man to do divorce wife or beheaded wife, but it's not a crime. But we cannot do otherwise due to Islamic law. Let me see. Man, there's so many I can touch. Number five. Oh, I don't want to mess it up. You know what? We'll talk about it another time. There's so many. When you talk about different countries, double standard, it's just way too many to pinpoint. Just way too many, especially in the African nations. It's cuckoo. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Black David. All right. Now, let me see. Truth and Mimsy have. See, this is like a question I can't really answer personally because even though I traveled to other countries before, but not many enough for me to really notice like a difference.
You had to live there to understand the difference. Trust me. Living in Africa for 7 years, especially in Nigeria, it's an eye opener. You be like,
yeah, I can't answer this too much either. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Like I've traveled, but I haven't, remained in the land long enough to actually experience, whether it was double standards here or not. You feel me? So
yeah, absolutely. This would have been more of a question for me to even ask Saida, since she is, living in another country currently. Mimsy, let me ask you this: have you ever been out to other countries before?
Only when I was very little. I don't know.
Only when it's very little. Okay, hold on. Got Dom back. Dom, welcome back. Okay.
Hello.
Now, Dom, do you want to get your chance to speak, so then that way you can say what you wanted to say?
See, no, because you know what it is? I really don't understand. And what I don't understand is that, like, I don't know, maybe it's because I know so many different types of people in the world from different places, from different backgrounds, that to me, it's like you can't just sit there and say, all women feel this or all men feel this, or especially to talk that negatively. Like, I don't even feel that negatively about men. Like, I don't think that, oh, if you broke, you're a joke. Because y'all heard me say, listen, if you got a good credit score, you ain't broke. So it doesn't, I don't care about how, like, it's, I don't know. Maybe I've never been around a man who cares about whether he paid for a date or not, or cares about, like, maybe that's not something that I'm used to. So no, I don't think that everyone is the same. I don't think that every woman thinks one way or thinks the other way. Yeah, makeup is expensive. So yeah, I get dressed. And the men that I've been with feel like, yeah, babe, get dressed. I'm taking you out and I'm paying. So that's just what I'm used to. And that's the men that I'm used to being around. And even when I talk about things that we talk about on the stream, like I was talking to my ex earlier, who's an African man. He's like, I would never, ever, ever think these things about whether I'm paying or not. Like, if men are providers and women are supposed to be nurturers, like, if I expect you to cook me dinner and do stuff like that, then why am I not? It's not a thought process. And if we going out and I got the money, then it's not a thought process either. You getting dressed and I'm taking you out. That's just it. And when I pull out my card, anyone that I've been with, they've looked at me like, what are you doing? Like, put it back. So I don't think it's a double standard as in women feel like men are supposed to do this. No, I think that there are men that's who they are. There are women that I feel like the women that feel like men are supposed to do it and put that pressure on them is because they never really had it. Now, when you get something and you have something and you're used to something, things like this don't make you upset. Things like this don't bother you. Whether you pay for something or you get dressed for something or you wear makeup, it don't bother you because you just lived a good life doing this and you used to it. Yeah. So that's what I'm used to. So that's what it's.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, Dom. And Queen, like, she snuck in the building. We didn't know she came in, but
my annoying sister.
What's up?
My annoying sister.
Whatever, truth.
Queen, okay. You came in just in time for the final question.
Oh, dang. At least I beat before you close.
What are double standards like in other countries? That was the final question, pretty much. But, the times that you probably travel to other countries, if you have you noticed like something different, something weird, something unusual? And if so,
no, not really, because I'm not really there for that, like to pay attention. I'm just there enjoying myself. But I think a double standard could be arranged marriage for young girls.
All right. Why do you say that?
Because you don't see nobody marrying off a 12-year-old boy. Do you? Arranged marriage?
Why 12?
Could be a double standard.
I don't know. I mean, 12,
that's their
12
culture.
12 years old. Like, I don't know if that goes on these days. It's like 16.
I can attest to that because that is a normal thing in Africa, whereby people are getting put up in marriage at young age.
Is that still going on, David?
Yeah, he was just
Why
explaining.
Are you cutting me off? I'm talking. Go ahead.
One mic, Simon. One mic, Simon. Okay. Sorry. So Canadian David, what you were saying?
What I was saying, in African countries, beside my own country, Nigeria, there are people who are giving away from marriage at the age of 12, 13, 14, 15. I remember entering when I was in high school. A classmate of mine was 15. Her parent gave her away to someone who wanted to be her grandfather. She had to go into hiding because of that. But the man paid a lot of money. We call it dowry. So she was gone for like 3 weeks. Everybody know what happened, except for one particular person who she didn't like her. So that person snitched. Then we know what happened to that particular person. But when the person came back to school, she had no choice.
All right,
This is
thank
a
you,
known
David.
thing in Africa for that.
Yeah. Queen, hopefully that answered your question. Go ahead.
Yeah,
No, it didn't. I didn't have the question. Simon is the one who questioned what I said. So hopefully it answered him.
Queen's
Okay.
always
I
happy.
knew people in my field who had arranged marriages, and they were arranged marriage at very young age. And it wasn't just Africans. It was a lot of other cultures. So I'm speaking on things that people in that culture have told me. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, everyone. So, Mr. Best in the World, welcome back. All right. So, we do have one final question before we could close out. But the final question is, excuse me. I put it away. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
What are double standards like in other countries? Now, I'm aware that most people may not be able to answer that, but if you have any friends that talk about those things, you can feel free to share them.
Who's it on? Is it on me or is it somebody else? Did everybody answer?
Oh, no, it's on you. You're the last one.
Okay, everybody answered? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I think that what double standards are like in other countries. I believe that I know I've seen where in other countries or other cultures the women are not able to show their face. You know, they're treated as second-class citizens. They're not able to work. They're not able to go to school or anything. You know what I mean? Their main thing is to, serve the men. And that's it. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't do anything else. You know what I mean? And it's sad because at the end of the day, a lot of these women they never get to, realize what they really want to do. They never really get to realize their dreams or, their goals that they really aspire to. That's why when they come here, they're just so grateful just to be able to go to school. Just to be able to go to school, they're very grateful for that. So I think, it's definitely an issue. And I know also in other countries too, if it's a company that has women that's employed and they're athletes, they want a lot of women to compete. So yeah.
Okay. And salutes to AR, him versus her solutions in the Twitch gang side. Thank you for getting the viewership up. Yeah. All right, man.
Well,
So look,
I know,
okay.
and I think also too is a double standard is that when I think in the Asian countries that they're allowed only a certain amount of kids. And so that's where a lot of the girls are dumped in orphanages because they're seen as everybody wants their boy. Like I knew somebody who she was having a hard time getting pregnant, and when she found out she was having a girl, she was really angry. And she was from an Asian country, and she was very angry for a long time. And I was like, remember all the miscarriages you had? And, and so, but she wanted a boy so bad. And she finally admitted it was like embedded in her that
sorry, Queen, the time ran out.
Let me give a personal shout out to the high value nurse. No, it's fine. The high value nurse. What's going on, high value nurse? What's going on, CJ? Now, high value nurse, I was in your comments, sometime this week, and you didn't acknowledge my comment, high value nurse. Okay, don't make me come out to the D, high value nurse, to come see you. Nah, man, but shout out to him, man. Shout out to Dee. Shout out to the whole high value nurse family, man. Shout out to all of them. Definitely follow him on all his social media platforms, and also follow him and Dee Dee on the Traveling Heartbeats, man. They have some great content. You get to see them travel and really turn it up in a classy way. You know what I mean? Much love to them, man. So yeah.
Mimsy, what you eating?
He said when.
Oh, you said when.
LOL.
Okay.
It was an early morning stream, but it was an
Peanut
early
butter
morning
and jelly
stream.
shorty.
It's all good. But much love to you and Dee Dee. Oh yeah, tell Dee Dee we also say congratulations. I know she just graduated. Congratulations to Dee Dee. Can we get an air horn for Dee Dee for graduating? No, I mean, we gotta give her an air horn. Yeah.
Who's Dee Dee?
I didn't even know that.
That's the other half of High Value Nurse.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what's up.
Mm-hmm. All right, everybody. Look, so man, we are done for tonight. So let's go ahead and close everyone out because this was definitely fun. I'm going to start off with Queen Forever 2K. Go ahead, Queen.
I'm Queen Forever 2K. You can follow me on Instagram and see me on the Knowledge and Relationships and Intellectual Soapbox platform. You know, yeah, I ain't got time for buffoonery. So enjoy your night, enjoy your life, and keep it pushing.
All right, praise God. So, all right, Dom, the Queen Dom. Go ahead and start yourself out.
I'm muted. Okay,
You're
you can
muted.
find me on Instagram as the Queen_Dom. It doesn't say AKA Beyonce. And you can find me on Knowledge and Relationships. Being triggered. No, I just had to say that. And then you can find me. I'll be on Ladies Night on Saturday, and then Brunch Time with the Queen Dom. Opposite. Did they just change my name? Anyway, Brunch Time with the Queen Dom. Opposite Saturdays of that. And shout out to my. I don't even know what that was about. That was it. Bye. Deuces.
I don't see no corona, so you got no excuse today.
I
love you, Don.
It's like someone's trying to connect in the background. You gotta.
Oh, it's I know it is. It's Saida.
Yeah.
Saida, you gotta make sure your camera's connected too.
Okay. Dang, she would have been perfect for that last question too.
We can give her a few minutes. We give her a minute to see if she come back in.
Yeah. In the meantime, we're gonna shout everybody else out as well too. So, go ahead, Simon.
Yo.
Oh.
I'm the guy from across the pond.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna be like doing a thing on Saturday BST time about 1. That'll be about like 11:50. So I don't know. That's afternoon to you guys, CST, all the rest of it. But look, what I've got to say is, we all have our moments, and this might be my last moment. So pay attention, and knowledge and relationships, they're the future. So do that. I might not be able to hold the fort. I'm only one individual. I'm just trying my best. Like Mr. Best. Mr. Best is the one in my category. You take care. Peace and blessings. Out.
Definitely. Thank you, bro. You can stick around too if you like, bro. You don't have to leave.
Yeah. We're waiting for Saida anyway. She said she'll be right back. So by that time, we're gonna just go around just so everybody can get a chance to shout out their social medias. So, and it's not 8 o'clock yet, so we good. We good for now. But so yeah, don't leave. Mimsy Limbs. I want to give you a chance to shout out like your YouTube channel as well.
Oh, you know what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. I appreciate you guys and having me up here and letting me come and hang out. You know what I'm saying? I love you guys.
Hey, we love you too. But Mimsy, you still got to shout your channel because, we got new folks coming in and they want to know what you be rocking with. And
Yeah,
also,
if you want to shout out the whole family, you can.
Yeah, definitely.
Shout out Pops and Mike and everybody else too. Their social media.
Pops, you can find Pops on YouTube at You Can't Fool Pops. You know what I'm saying? He's super fun. You'd love him. You can find Mike's super cool content. He does cool not educational. It's like truth. They're like little truth bombs. You know what I'm saying? Like little 5-10 minute truth bombs, educational knowledge videos and whatnot at Where the Rabbit Hole Ends here on YouTube, and that's cool. We hang out on Real Talk with Mimblims on Friday evenings for Sabbath, and tomorrow should be a really cool one. It should be spicy if you guys want to come and hang out.
Okay. All right, that's what's up. Yeah, tomorrow is Friday too. All right. Thank you, Mimsy Limbs. And look, Mimsy, by the way, so I put on the Silencio before going to bed. And real talk, it really helped me out with my sleep.
Oh.
Like I'm dead serious. That's right. Bada bang on that one.
Get you, bro. That's amazing. I'm glad it helps. I'm glad you
Then
feel
you
good.
woke up and you was late to work.
I knew Queen was gonna say something crazy.
Yeah, okay.
I knew it.
Hey, don't paranoid everybody. She's just joking around anyway.
Yeah.
But
man,
for do help.
That is so on time.
On time.
Dang.
When you wear a Celestial Queen, you will be less cranky.
Don't play yourself. No, thank you. I'm cool.
You're not getting one of those no time soon.
Look at Wonder Woman over there. Wonder Woman with the glasses.
He's talking about you,
And then shout out to Mike from Where the Rabbit Hole
Ends.
Ends.
This was hilarious, man.
Thank you.
Make sure you follow Mike Where the Rabbit Hole Ends on his YouTube channel. And then, shout out to K Marion. On time to work too. That's right, of course. Queen's just a hater anyway, so we're going.
He thought he was on time. He thought he was on time, but then
when you pull up in the parking lot and all the buses are gone, you ain't
all right.
Oh my gosh! Why you not this funny? Why you not this funny when we hang out as a family, huh? Why are you not this funny when we hang out as a family? When you hang out with me and bro, you are not this way. You need to bring that sense of humor, to the family gatherings, Queen. Okay.
Black Canadian born Nigerian. I had a question for you. Why is the tradition for women in your country to be sold off with a dowry, or not men as well in your culture?
Wait, hold on. Before you answer that question, hold on. Let me get the truth, so then that way he can shout his channel, and then we can get to the conversation. Yeah, just write it down and hold that thought. Okay, and we're not leaving yet. Anyways, we're just shouting each other out real quick. All right, Truth, go ahead, shout out your channel.
All right, bet. As always, Truth is Never Favorite Podcast. You can find me on YouTube. Please like, subscribe, and support the channel. And as always, I'm congruent with knowledge and relationships. Blood in, family first.
All right, blood in.
in.
Okay. And then Black David, I want to make sure you shout your channel as well too. So
okay. You can find me on YouTube at cbn.canadianborn9jim. You can also find me on linkedin.com at David Olaya Ayeni. You can also find me on Facebook also at David Olaya Ayeni. Other than that, that's about it. I'm also on Instagram at David Ayeni as well. So far, so good.
Okay, good.
Hey, Black
Yes,
David,
make
you
sure.
got the Mufasa voice.
I was told I'm the African Mufasa. I'm the African Jones, so it's all good.
Yo, True got me crying. Him and Queen got me crying tonight, bro. I'm telling you. Oh
Yo,
man.
yeah.
You all
Okay.
caught up.
Wait. Okay. All right. So,
Man, that accent is dope.
Yeah, Mr. Best in the World. You know, you got to shout your channel out too, man. The
Oh,
intellectual
definitely.
soapbox. Yes, please do.
Listen. Let me shout out the whole team, man. I gotta shout out Knowledge and Relationships, Intellectual Soapbox family. Please like and subscribe to both. We are working on some very, very, very enjoyable content for you. You know what I mean? Some wonderful content for you to just keep you entertained, keep you happy, allow you to enjoy your summer because it's about to get real hot, especially in California. Ooh, I know. M3, did you look at that weather? You see what we got coming tomorrow? In the next couple of days? Lord have mercy. Get your AC ready. That's what I'm gonna say. Get your AC ready. That's what I'm gonna tell you. Get your AC ready. Buckle up. Let's get it. So it's about to get warm out here, especially in California. So as we get into these warmer days all around the world, we got some great content to keep y'all cool. All right, y'all. Later.
Hey, look, if it gets too hot, man, I'm flying out to Canada. I'll see like 6 months, you know?
It's hot out there too. I don't know what you're trying to run from. It's hot out there too.
He's gonna ship you right back.
Oh Lord have mercy.
You and your do rag.
Oh shoot, Missy love. Okay, I think she wants to get ready for the street. But all right. So hold on. Now before we get to the questions, there was one question I had to ask, right? This was like from the number 5 one, but Saida was gone at the time. I gotta ask her this. Saida, in your country, what are double standards like in other countries?
Well, I guess in her country, right?
Yeah, in her country. I mean, sorry, in your country, I mean.
I think I was here when I answered that one.
No, you weren't here. We just put the question up. But no, you weren't here. You weren't here.
I mean, I mentioned some of them. It's kind of like people getting jobs because they are familiar or related to someone above. You call that white collar? White collar, is that how you call it? I believe.
White collar jobs?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
I would say same type of thing, that we were talking about earlier with females, that they feel in a certain way, but they want men in a different way, and then vice versa. It's the same. It's the same pretty much. We don't have that much of the racism and the wages, the type of payment and things like that. Not really, because there's not much diversity here or people from other countries, but other than that, the same type of double standards that you have in your society, we probably have those as well.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. That's all. I just wanted to know.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Let me go ahead and take that out.
I do have one quick question for Saida as well. Quick. Saida, what made you think of talking about this topic, and what made you bring it to the table?
It was the video of Jada that she said her grandma taught her how to touch herself. I was like, are you serious? How is this possible? I can't picture my grandma, not even in a million years, doing something like that. And she was 9 years old. Like, are you serious? Who's thinking about your daughter doing that at 9 years old? I was playing Barbie dolls when I was 13. When I mention this, a lot of people get like, what? I was playing with Barbies still when I was 13. So it's like, I don't know. It doesn't, no. And then I was like, what if it was the grandpa? So that's when I was like, wow.
Well, we already know what would have happened then. He'd have been crucified. We already know that.
Yeah, but that doesn't make.
Hold on, family. Hold on. We can get back into this conversation. But I do want to respect Queen. Queen, you did have a question. For Black David. You remember what the question was?
I just said, I mean, I know that it's probably a long question, a long answer, but you know, what, like, it's just who would think that, it's still okay to marry young girls so young. And how do you feel about that?
I was playing this. Spending 7 years in Nigeria, I had to first understand the Yoruba tribe as well the Igbo tribe. And they both have similar concept about marriage and relationship. What I do notice is that one, a woman or a girl who reach the level of puberty, which is to be 12, 13, or 14, between those age, it consider be ripe for marriage, which is, to me, coming from America, living out there for myself, I think that is crazy. But if you go across Africa, you see firewood. There was an African country where there was a king. He had an event where about all the women from the age of 14 to 26 had to be a virgin, and they had this ceremony where they almost danced almost half naked, and the man and the king choose who will be his next wife. And at around that time, it got notoriation. He had about almost 15, 16 wives already. Now there was some girl that was trying to escape for the country because they don't go to that type of tradition. So you can imagine that thing going. It's deeply rooted for culture. If I put a time frame, it would be maybe more than 1,000 years ago. That's been going on.
All right, thank you, Black David. Okay,
So Saeed and Truth, y'all were having a conversation. I'm gonna give y'all 2 minutes since both of y'all was talking, so y'all can finish our conversation. Go ahead.
Well, like 2 minutes each, or you talking about 2 minutes?
No, just 2 minutes. Oh. Yeah.
Okay. So
I don't know what I was saying. Like I always like I don't know what I was saying. Remind me.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, I was just agreeing with her. Like, the conversation, and how if it was a male, then we would automatically be putting him in the ground. But since it's a grandmother, we automatically be conscious and say, "Oh, she must have been doing that in some type of protection or informative type of way." But automatically, if it was a grandfather and he did something like this, which I wouldn't encourage either. Don't get that misconstrued. But we'd have been like, "Oh, no, man, you perverted. That's child rape. Grape. All types of illicit things." Which I don't disagree with. Again, if it was male or female, I'm just talking about society would have made things differently. But again, just hearing, I'm not surprised at her. I'm just surprised at the fact that this thing is getting worse, man. Like, this world is worse, bro. Like, we need God so much in this. It's horrific, and that's why I was saying, man, I gotta make sure I definitely be on my game protecting my babies, because I do not want none of these type of spirits landed on them, man. Seriously, man. It's crazy. And then Willow, she's right there. She's the coming generation, and she's soaking up all this information and then taking it as validity. You see how she gets so excited? Yeah, that's right, and all that. Yep, and like. And saying yes, and I'm like, oh shoot, we in trouble, bro. We in trouble. But these are, sad to say, this is the pick of the litter that my son is going to have to choose from. And sad to say that since I'm still in the field, I have to choose that.
All right. Well, damn, he used up that 2 minutes real quick. Hold on.
I just want to give a special shout out to Simon Hector, welcome back. But Miss Tequila. Good to see you. One day you got to come up, Mr. Kill, and say hello to us. You know what I mean?
Definitely, for sure. Definitely. Sorry, I'm going to give you 2 minutes by yourself, right? Since took up the whole entire 2 minutes. I want to hear your reply to it. Because I know you have some good stuff.
I really don't have much to add. It's just that I feel this person has so much feminine input. And the masculine, input that she has is not leadership. It's not the right leadership, I would say. As much as I like Will Smith, I think that he needs to disagree with more of the things that she, that she believes in, because she's kind of like making him her way, and that's why he's not leading the right way. And I'm not saying a woman can have her mentality, and her beliefs in everything, but I don't know. I feel like she's doing her way, and she's just toxic and putting this everywhere. Because I really don't think this is right. I never heard a grandma teaching this type of things. Once you're grown, yeah, she can give you advices, but not like that. I never heard of that ever. So.
Yep, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you on that, man.
Even my grandpa, like the most things he will say is like, don't get stuck with this person, don't go out with this type of person, don't talk to this type of person. But he's not getting intimate with no one, like no type of conversations like that. No. So yeah.
I will say I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I can get the gist of it. Usually things are done because of what was done in the past. And so we don't know what's happened to her grandmother at a young age to teach her about sexuality, about her body, about different things. I'm not saying what she taught her was right or, at a young age, but sometimes things are done that look odd to people looking in because they don't know the backstory as to what's happened. So
I agree.
There's always a reason for it,
I agree. If it's some type of protection, like some type of like if the grandma was raped and things like that. But in the video, what she's saying is that her grandma taught her how to please herself and not get pleased by a man or something like that. If you have the video, you can play it. So, but because of the video, I don't think the context is something that happened to the grandma. And also, my daughter is the same age. She's 9. And I can teach my daughter how to protect herself, how to identify someone that wants to harm her. But I'm not going to try to sexualize her at a young age and start putting those things in her head, because it's not the right age. There is, specific topics that you can touch. So I don't know. I don't feel that that something happened to the grandma in the past.
Yeah, I agree with you, Queen. I agree with you. I was just pointing out the fact that even if what you were saying is true, and that could be very well, because we already know over sexualization comes from, majority of the cases come from, things that happen in people's past. The thing that we're trying to point out is we wouldn't even give that type of credence if it was a man. We wouldn't be saying, oh, something happened to him in his past or anything like that. It would automatically be he's the devil. We wouldn't even give him no credit or say that, we should be emotionally aware of what went on with him. He'd automatically be vilified.
Yeah. Oh, if he was a father, a male teaching his daughter that, or a boy that? Oh,
yeah. Okay. But so either way, yeah. Especially if it was
yeah, so basically, like, the point is that we would be the ones that would be villainized if we was teaching our sons, to give pleasure to themselves. You know what I mean? They will look at it like, okay, you gross, you're disgusting, or you're a pervert. Then they will throw out the gay jokes. Oh, you gay. You know what I mean? For a straight guy. So they'll throw all these insults. But then, they'll be like, well, I don't discriminate against like the LGBT, whatever type of community. But yet, you're insulting heterosexual gay men if they did the same thing. But for a woman, it's okay. You just brush it off because you're like, oh, okay, whatever. Oh, you may have your opinions to it, but you won't be outraged. And then that's why we we're having the second version of a double standard topic because of the video that Saida had shared. I had to go to the IG so I could look for it and put it back up again. I did close that out. But that was something that Jada was expressing during the Red Table Talk. And here's the thing. Look, I mean, I commend people who are transparent about their lifestyle, but you have to understand, you already know as a celebrity, people are going to heavily judge you on the internet. Okay? You bring out your husband and your personal life and the business, and you publicly shame him. You know, you're adding more fuel to the fire. You know, on top of other things too, like your attraction. Well, you know, yeah, might also say allegedly your attraction for Tupac, creating speculations because the point is you're still running your mouth, and you think that it's okay just to say whatever you want to say without the backlash to it. Shout outs to Daryl Long, and then Princess Kate. Yep, it speaks on her grandma's possible upbringing. You have a point, Korean. It's still. Oh, I forgot. We did read that before. Let me see if I can find the video. But you guys can keep talking.
I just send it back to you on IG.
Thank you. Oops. Okay. Let me do this right now. It's only going to take a few seconds. All right. And it's already queued up.
Drew. Got anything to say to me?
Okay, here we go. Let me know if you guys can hear, okay? Or you just give me a thumbs
My
up.
grandmother taught me about
cool.
self-pleasuring because she wanted me to know that pleasure was from me.
Exactly.
She didn't want me to fall into the hands of a man, and if he gave me pleasure, to think that was him. And she taught me at 9.
Okay. So, and that burp was a part of the video, which I don't know why, but anyways.
Sorry, that's crazy.
And if I may, I have to say, as a woman, and probably it's gonna be a little contradicting. It's gonna be a little contradicting, or probably some people are gonna disagree. But if a woman knows her body, it is extremely important for a woman to know her body and understand that, because a lot of females get to an age and they don't even experiment what an orgasm is. So it is. I understand the importance of it, but I don't think a 9-year-old needs to know this. That's my point. Like, I understand what she's saying and the importance to it, and everything. But I just feel like when she says I was 9, that to me it was just shocking. That part right there. Because my grandma can tell me, oh no, your sexuality is important, your satisfaction is important. She could use other words and be saying the same thing, not necessarily do it this way, do it that way. I could see a grandma saying that my satisfaction is just as important as the man, but not a 9-year-old. And not a 9-year-old. That's what I think.
Hold on.
Wait, hold on, Truth. And I'm gonna get to you next. Do you think that matter of fact, you guys can answer this too, but it sounded like the more intent was, hey, like it was like feminism. Like already the mental control of the so-called knowing your worth, but instead of just like knowing your worth, it's more like not only you know your worth, but make sure your worth is more valuable than the man's worth. Because basically what she's teaching her is that, look, I don't care how good a man will put down in a bedroom. You don't ever feed that ego or give him that credit or satisfaction that he has done well to sexually satisfy you. DJ, oh my gosh.
That's where you was going.
What's that? Truth, you know the name, DJ Envy, right? Am I saying it right?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
So let me tell you a story, and now I'm gonna get to you. And Truth, please piggyback off of this. So DJ Envy and his wife, okay, they was on a live stream together. And remember how his wife publicly shamed him. Although this is all on him too, because I'm for sure they agreed to that. before having this live stream. But one of the things that she said publicly is that she never satisfied her orgasms. And the moment she told him, look, I was faking it the whole time, having fake orgasms, was when he decided to go out there and cheat. Now, I don't condone cheating, but at the same time, I feel like she kind of cheated as far as lying to him, filling his ego up, thinking that he was the man, and now you tore the man's ego down. So now he's thinking like to himself, well, let me go find someone else that's going to appreciate me and at least going to tell me, hey, good job, man. You know, your wife couldn't give you that climax. I'm sorry, you couldn't give your wife that climax, but you would give the other woman that climax. And he went out there to go cheat just to fill his ego, pretty much. Go ahead, Truth.
No, yeah, you went right in where I was about to go at. That's funny. I mean, you right on the nose, brother. It's again, you clearly see the feministic push all through that goddamn going table, the table of hell. That's what it is. Yeah, and then the thing about Envy when his wife came on there and another, it's like they're coming out the woodwork, man, publicly embarrassing their husbands. No loyalty, no reverence, no respect, clearly not submitted. And this is why I constantly advocate for men being men above all. Not because of a woman, but because of being an authentic man, bro. Being thorough, being assertive, being fully fledged masculine. You feel what I'm saying? And regardless of how people feel about that, I'd rather be called toxic masculinity or toxic, whatever they want to call it, than to be called feminine or be feministic in any view. You feel what I'm saying? And to go to what Saeda, I had a question. So, are you advocating for women to do those type of things to themselves?
Huh?
She know what I'm talking about because she said something related to this. I want to be clear.
I'm not.
Go ahead, I'll give you like 30 seconds for.
I'm not advocating anything. I just feel like a woman's sexuality, sexual life, or satisfaction, pleasure, whatever you want to call it, it is just as important because, I mean, then, how can I put it? I got to think about this before I answer.
All right, no problem. I got wait, hold on, Truth. I gotta check on Black Man David, right? Because I haven't got to him and Simon, but Black Man David, are you still here?
I'm still here.
Okay, Black Man David, make sure I don't forget the question, but how do you feel about dang Truth? It was something that you said, right? That made me want to ask Black Man David this question. It was about can you repeat the last thing that you said on the live stream? You was describing about DJ Envy for a second.
I remember that thing about DJ Envy because I watched the whole thing as well. The fact that his wife claimed that she faked her organ, she never had an organ throughout her marriage, throughout the 10 years in the marriage. That says a lot about what's going on in the relation, the communication issue. That's one. Now, when concerning Sarah, we're talking about how Jada would explain how her grandmother taught her such things at an early age. That is a level of perversion from the elder. What you're putting down a level of knowledge to a child who would not yet reach adulthood to understand such things. That is kind of to me demonic in some kind of way. Because the way I look at things, just a child ought to be a child, to let alone anything that containing children mindset. When it comes to adult issue like sexuality, whatsoever, it should not be put down to a little child whatsoever. That is when you're going across the line. You create a level of perversion onto kids. You're setting them up to be abused mentally, emotionally, because At the end of the day, you have people who went through these type of situation, and they get older. They act in certain way where they feel like they can never recover for it, a trauma that they start to find out, they realize they were taken advantage of. So what Jada was saying about her grandma might be a rapist to do such a thing. I say it. For DJ Envy, you coming from New York City, to hear that you can make a girl have an organ, how would I say it? There's a miseducation among men concerning women. They feel like you got to get your own this and that, or when you get your own, the girl will get her own whatever, or they have some type of pre-notion of thinking that this is how you put to do to a woman when they don't have a level of understanding. That's where the problem comes to play. And what I'm seeing right now, it's not just happening then, but it's happening now as well. Women, men are finding out the information they got from the yesteryears are not the same or have not been proven correctly. So they're doing all kind of things or taking all kind of paths to figure out these things on their own. I done that too when I was in my early 20s, not in my teen or when I was 13 or 9, which is kind of crazy. To hear they're pushing these things to public school about gender neutrality or sexuality, I found out it beyond stupid. So to say if I win a lottery, I'm taking my kid out of the country and say, good luck, we are here. And I have my kid go to this idiotic mindset they're putting on the public school system. For what? Got a very ultra minority want to put their agenda on everybody else. Like, come on. Are you serious? If you want to do that to yourself. Don't try and put it on the people's kids. It's already going on in New York City right now as we speak.
All right, thank you, Black David. Okay. All right, good point. Let me see. Hold on for a second. All right, see you later, Mr. Keeler. Thank you for tuning in, and definitely get the likes up. You two have an awesome good night, and hopefully, you could come to the panel as a guest one of these nights. Until then, sweet dreams. All right. So, go ahead, Truth. I think you was next, right? You were saying something.
Yeah, because this is actually important because the thing, because let's talk about this right now. Let's get into this. A lot. I think it's I forgot what the actual stats is, but we're talking about majority of females don't orgasm. And when I mean don't orgasm, they don't orgasm vaginally. You feel what I'm saying? It's a difference between orgasm vaginally and orgasm through your clitoris. And these two, and the reason why most of the females are orgasm through their clitoris is because of self-pleasing. You feel what I'm saying? That's where they get majority of their stimulation from. And it's easy to get to versus trying to provide a lot of pressure and get to certain spots up in there. That's why you're supposed to have a man that is, well endowed and blessed down there to be able to, provide, the stretches and everything like that. So a lot of females are causing themselves a lot of making yourself over sexualized, and this is why a lot of guys are failing in that aspect. Because a female, she's going to know her body more than anything, especially if they run around here touching each other, touching themselves, and things like this. And this is why a lot more females they don't even go full-fledged alphabet, but they do experiment with other women. That has become a more commonality because of these type of things. Masturbation is more prevalent in the female community than it actually is in the males. They can actually get off a lot faster. Fast. And they'd rather do it that way. I've actually heard of people having problems that, the wife would actually rather get off that way than have actual sex. Okay. This has become a problematic tendencies, have actually caused problems. And when the guy go out there and cheat, he can go and bang the back off of another woman and she's being pleased while they're actually he's inside of her, that makes a man feel more of a man than having either you doing oral sex and the woman getting off, or you playing with her and she getting off, or you have to do certain positions in order to feel that the rub and friction. Like that's why a lot of times a lot of females are like doing missionary, because of you actually the
10 seconds.
you know what I mean? Yeah, you're on top of it.
Yeah.
That's that part. You feel what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And these are the type of things people don't talk about sexually. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
It's
All right.
problematic.
Thank you, Truth. All right. Welcome back, Mr. Best.
What's going on, family?
Nothing much, man. We just, this is just an open topic, but we're talking about. Hell, you probably know what we're talking about. So
it always goes to one. It always goes to one string of the pendulum that is either overly religious or just some freaky nasty stuff. I don't understand, man. People's minds are just crazy.
Why is it like on those two categories? Why would they both go to the extreme, Mr. Best? Talk to us.
I think it's because people aren't balanced. You know what I mean? Like we just aren't balanced, and I've been there. And sometimes I still struggle with that. We just have to have a balance. I think.
No, I think there's not much to it.
Wait, hold on, sorry.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't get mad. I don't get mad when a lady interrupts. I don't get mad at all.
I wasn't muted.
No, it's not. Women like to talk.
That's a lie.
Women like to talk. That's all.
It's a little Jeezy.
So
Hello.
it's not a lie, queen. Not a lie. I don't get mad. I get mad if you keep interrupting me. Like you just keep doing it over and over and over again. I'm like, well, god dang. And shout out to Jeezy. Good to see you, Jeezy.
I just want to say I like how y'all didn't put the doorbell. None of that. I'ma just say that.
Man, because somebody broke our door and now it's open.
Yeah, they broke my door and I couldn't. You don't want to hear that? Well, I'm sorry. Well, you're gonna have to get used to it because that's a part of the show.
So the doorbell is gone.
No, doorbell's here. You want me to show you? I can show you if you want.
No, it's fine.
No. Hold on, Mr. Best. No. Let's kick her out, and then we'll bring her back in.
I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna do it with Jeezy. It's all love, Jeezy. It's all love.
There we go.
Anyway.
Wait, hold on. Why you still knocking on my door? Hold on.
You see how she is? She just came up there. See, she's just trying to be funny though. Okay. I love you, Jeezy. It's all good.
Hello, everyone. Good night.
Good night, Jeezy. Good to see you. Good to see you. It's got to be balanced. Yeah, people just have to be balanced. That's it, man. We got to be balanced, and we got to know to avoid all extremes. If we do that, we'll be fine. But yeah, Jeezy, welcome to the show. Good to see you.
What are we talking about right now?
Right, very much. Princess.
Oh, what? Somebody saying in the comments.
Right
no, I was just saying people sometimes we just go, so far on one end and so far to the other end. That we just gotta have a healthy balance. But Saida, you was gonna say something. Truth, I know you want to say something as well, and Jeezy, we definitely want your input.
Oh no, I already said what I had to say. It was in response to what Saida was talking about as far as the.
So we'll go to Saida, then we go to Jeezy.
Saida and Jeezy, yeah.
Go ahead.
I am mature enough to have a conversation about sex. We're adults, and I think that's the most important thing of why people are so afraid of talking about this. Like, come on. First off, second of all,
I'm a man.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying it in
general.
I
know.
In general, and that doesn't mean that they're forced. That doesn't mean that they're forced to talk about it, but you cannot feel offended that someone else is talking about it. That's what I'm saying. If you don't want to say it, it's fine, but you cannot feel like, oh, why are they talking about that? We're adults.
I'll break that down later, but go ahead.
and I'll break down my mindset later as well. So yeah.
Oh, okay. I respect, but I disagree totally with Truth, and this is just putting some fire in the field right now because I know he's gonna be like, what? I don't care. You're totally wrong, my friend. Totally wrong. And first off,
make sure you come at me logically and not no emotion.
Hold on, Truth.
I am not speaking from emotions. I am speaking from biology. You don't have a woman's body to say how it feels or what it is. You are not even this close to even say where it's coming from because you never felt one. You felt it in your own way, not from the female side. First off. Second of all, you said that I even forgot what I was saying. Lost my train of thought. Because you were guys. No. I lost my idea.
Yeah. Can you tell me what part I was wrong?
Okay, go. Hold on. I got it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that a woman needs to have a man that is well, that has a big thing. Is that what you're trying to say?
He should be well in there enough, because a lot of things that are done in there, it needs to happens with stretching.
I heard you, but is that what you're trying to say, that the men must have a big one?
For vaginal orgasm, he needs to have enough.
Okay. So this is the first time that I hear that. I don't think they have any idea how the female body works and where it comes from. First off, second of all, the vagina. Not every single woman has the same pleasure in the same spot. Not every woman. It could be within the first 3
when
centimeters.
When did I say that?
5 centimeters. No, hold on. You spoke already. So for some women, could be like within the first 3 centimeters inside, 5, 7. It depends on the woman. Some women have it like more deep inside. And it's not the length of the item that you're using. It's more like whatever she feels like. Sometimes it's not even, the length. Like I said, it could be the movement. So right there, you're totally wrong by saying that a man must have it, because in that case, every man should have it in that same, length. And it's not like that. So that's totally wrong. And then
I have no idea what you're talking about, but continue.
I'm saying that I am saying that you're trying to say that size matter, but it doesn't. It matters for what they have told you, and you think that that's all it matters, but it doesn't. Because for some females, the pleasure is not in the same area, so it's not needed to go all the way in. So no, I do not agree with that. And
okay, so when did I say all the way?
Wait. Are you done, Cider?
Yeah, forget it.
Yeah. So everything that you said wasn't any goddamn thing I said. I never said anything about all the way in. Never said it had to be so huge or big or anything like that. Didn't say all women. I speak very clearly from what I say. I said there is a thing called vaginal orgasm. Maybe you never had one. I don't know. Okay? I have no idea. Maybe you never been pleased that way.
Maybe you had one.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Yeah. Hold on. Keep going, Truth.
Sure.
You got 30 seconds.
What I was saying is a woman orgasms inside her vaginal and she orgasms in her clitoris. These are the two main places. You need to have some type of size, because if you're small, you're not going to be able to either hit a certain spot or stretch, which is the most thing that pleases the woman, is the stretching part. So you need actual girth. And women that have sex and are pleased that way, they know what I'm talking about. Sorry, I just don't have a problem down there. So.
All right, time is up. I gotta get to Jeezy. Okay. Look, I'm gonna do y'all a favor, right? But first, I gotta get to Jeezy. All right. After this, right?
I need 30 seconds after Jeezy. I just need 30 seconds. That's all I need after Jeezy.
Okay. Well, after Mr. Best was 30 seconds, right? What I'll do, we can have the little 1v1 time or whatever, so then y'all can finish up your debate, and then that'll be it. But go ahead, Jeezy. Jeezy.
I don't even know what the question was.
Oh, well, no, this is an open topic because, we was talking about double standards and how, it still exists and will only get worse. So I could start off by asking you, well, how do you feel about double standards in relationships when it comes to the opposite gender?
I feel like double standards only work on women. Like I feel like more time is about women being dealing with double standards. Men don't normally deal with that, in my opinion. And from what he was saying about a woman's vagina, she was basically saying you cannot say what a woman's vagina do. You don't have one. You don't know about a woman's vagina. You never had your period. You never gave birth. You don't know what it do. Yours don't pop. Unless you got a coochie to pop, you can't really say too much about a coochie. So you don't know how dick feel for us. Just like we don't know how pussy feel for you. I can't tell you, oh, if you have pussy to the left, it's gonna feel better. How can I tell you that? I don't have a dick. Until my shit get rocked, I can't speak on it. Until your shit get wet, you can't speak on it. And that's basically what she was trying to say.
Okay,
Actually,
hold on. Start the. Well, hold on, Simon. I gotta get to Mr. Best real quick.
Hey, I'm about to dip off, and she just contradicted herself when she was talking about having what's the names like adults. Because this is stupidity. We're talking about stuff that you can just read in a goddamn book.
Well, I don't get what you're saying.
What I'm saying.
He's trying to say he know about coochie because he read a book.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me get my 30 seconds.
I know about coochie because I done had.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
We're not gonna go there with this shit. All right. We was talking about having adult conversations. I don't know. Bring it back in. We was having an adult conversation. So let's not throw out the insults and be like, okay, this shit is stupid or whatever. Opinions just opinions. If they disagree, they just disagree. All right. But at the same time, we're not gonna go over this. If we're gonna go back and forth, let's be respectful and not just name call this shit. All right. That shit is gonna get everybody kicked out. Period. So let's calm down, and be reasonable about this. But Mr. Best, I know you have your 30 seconds. Well, look, if you want a minute, you can have a minute. But if you want 30 seconds, it's up to you.
No, I'm gonna just make this quick as possible, and I just want to say, before I make my point, I just want to say this. We talked about respecting each other on this panel. I ain't saying it again. Disrespect happened again. I'm just kicking people off. I ain't saying it no more. I just want to say the reason I'll talk about sex is because I just want to keep myself classy and be a gentleman. Not because I don't know about sex. I know about it, but I just don't talk about it. You know what I'm saying? And I just keep it, and be gentleman-like. So if anybody wants to debate, y'all can debate, and we can go from there.
All right. Well, let me say this right now. I don't care about like the talk of sex. You ask me a question, I'll give you an answer to it. I'm not rated E, nor would I go rated R, especially like on YouTube. The way how I talk about sex is that I would talk about my sexual experience personally. But, because I am married, I'm not going to include the other spouse into the conversations. Like some things, we don't talk about, but I don't censor anything. Now, however, I am aware that, we do have like religious heads, and I'm not talking about, people on the panel, but people in the chat or people who have different views. Some people would be like, oh my gosh, like, especially my experience going to church. They'd be like, oh my gosh, like, you're talking about sex, like, please, you're just making me struggle, brother. Okay? You'll be surprised. Okay? But the point is, look, some people are comfortable, other people are not. So if you're not comfortable, just, mute yourselves and cover your ears and let the mature people talk about it. But at the same time, let's not go rated R, because then that would just be nasty. All right? So, hold on, let's see. All right? So, with that being said, all right, Truth, I know you got to go, so, we'll see you later. So, I want to make this clear again. All right? We don't call nobody names. I don't care if it's in the chat or in the panel. We don't tolerate that bullshit. Point blank, period. So, All right. With that being said, what else do you guys want to talk about? Oh wait. Oh no, Bishop Roy, you already said what you had to say, right?
Yeah, I already said what I had to say. Yeah.
Okay. But like I said, I'm not playing, man, when it comes to like, because in this space, like, I know we're going to have pushback, which is okay. I open pushback. I open the smoke. You know what I mean? I don't smoke, but look, I'll be quick to inhale it and just push it back to your face and grab that fan. But the moment when there's name calling, there's insults, shit that's being said that's stupid, or you be calling somebody idiots or whatever, we don't tolerate that shit. That shit gets you blocked. Or just time out temporary. So let's be cool now. We're adults, man. Let's act like it. So what's up, Jeezy, man? Like, what else you got to say? I'm glad that you came up to the panel. Good to see you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It seems like every time I say something, it just be ruffling feathers. I don't understand. And I don't say nothing towards anybody about anything. But like I would say about double standards, and double standards work with women all the time, even with sex. Like with the how many body counts that you have. That's like been a big thing that I've been hearing about lately. Like it's cool that a man has sex with 20, 30, 40 women, or he meet a woman tonight, he have sex with them. But as soon as a woman, if you have sex on the first night because you like somebody, it's oh, you a hoe, or your body count is high, or you too sexually frisky, or whatever they calling it. And that's double standards.
Okay. Anybody else? Sorry, what you got to say?
How can I don't even know the word to use, to be honest.
Just say what's coming.
No, I have nothing to say anymore.
Okay. Queen, any other thoughts? So I'm just reading the chat. Double standards are always in favor of men. Really, Queen? Always in favor of men? How is it that double standards are in favor of us?
Now I have something to say. This is a double standard. It was a double standard because it's like how men's sexuality is important and his satisfaction and pleasure is important and not the woman's. That's a double standard.
That's a double standard. Okay.
I never had that double standard. If he ain't popping, if he ain't doing what he got to do, he out of here. You only got one time with me, baby. Come with every trick in the trade, dig in that bag, or you out of here.
With that, I kind of have to like, I feel you and I understand, but I feel like if a man brings tricks, obviously is for someone else's and experience with someone else, that doesn't mean that will work with me. So I will definitely tell him, okay, I don't like it this way. Can you go this way, or can we try this? Because it's me. So now he has to put that effort on, my side, because it's a new person, and I don't have problems communicating what I like. So that's for me in that aspect, it's different.
The communication part, okay. That's something that I don't think we even touched upon, because communication is the key to things. So there's a lot of expectation universally, but there's not a lot of communication of what we want, what we really want. Sometimes I think if you go back to DJ Envy's situation, his wife was afraid to speak up. That he wasn't really putting down like she want him to do. And I think had she communicated with him, he could have stepped up his sex game a little bit more. But instead, you just let that prolong until it was a little bit until it got a little bit too much. Pretty much, you let it go too far.
I feel like. Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna wait. Hold on, Jeezy. I'm gonna get to Blackman David. I'm gonna get to you, Blackman David. I know you were shaking your head.
I will say this: you need to understand the New York City state of mind. Guys don't say too much about what they do in the bed with a girl. All they say, "Oh, I got it and I hit it," and that's about it. But never say what kind of style they do, what they do, or what kind of position. It's never been that way. I'm a nerd, so for me, I did my homework by going to Barnes and Noble, read up a bunch of books, do some research. I asked questions, mostly from females, because, like Sarah said above, which is totally, absolutely correct, every woman are not the same. Some women get pleasure different from other women. Some women react different from other women. The problem with a lot of guys is more on the ego side. Let's just say throughout my 20, I did my little experiment and I realized how far I can take it. Or I just gotta say, it because of that, I end up being stalked by certain females. That's all I'm gonna say. Other than that,
You ended what? You ended being what?
being stalked. When you do a little, when you hit that particular spot, or you do it to the point whereby they went to another stage and they never thought that ever happened to them. And because of that, even though you broke up with a particular person, you end up being that person property, and they expect you not to be with somebody else. So, yeah, it happened in my early 20s. That's I never had a problem doing it.
The word of wisdom.
All right, Jeezy, go ahead. I know you have something you want to say. Jeezy?
I'm sorry. What I wanted to say was I feel like the communication of sex is not being done at all. I think when the conversation of sex comes up, everybody is like, "Oh no," or they act like it's strange, or I just never get that. Like I talk about sex freely because what if it's something that you do, you love, you like to do, and it's something that's normal. I don't feel like this is something out the norm that we can't talk about. And I feel like people really don't talk about sex enough. And that's why people don't know how someone likes X, Y, and Z or anything because nobody wants to talk about it. A guy will be like, "Oh, you like to do this?" You're like, "Yeah." Like, no, I like this and I like my leg up. I want to be twist like this. You gotta give them like the tea. And I feel like we don't speak about sex at all.
Anybody else?
I would suggest to read books about Kama Sutra and some other stuff like that. That helped me out in my early 20s. That's what I'm going to say.
Go ahead, Saida.
Books are good. It's a guidance, and obviously it's based on data that is being collected for a lot of people, and it's like an average. That doesn't mean that it's you specifically. Some things will align to you. Some others probably will just guide you to understand. For example, a lot of people tend to believe that squirting is an orgasm, and it's not. If you get to manage it, can you manage it and get to have it simultaneously? Yes, but it's not the same. You could actually have a squirt and not have an orgasm from it. So a lot of people is just they don't know what it is, and that's what some people think, that that's a vaginal orgasm, but in reality it's just a squirt. That doesn't mean that the woman had any pleasure from that. So I think maybe I might be wrong. That's probably what he was saying. And that's why I said he might probably has a vagina, because I'm like, wow, I'm surprised how he knows how it feels and where it comes from and all that.
Okay.
I had to add my spices to it.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can't be throwing shots at him.
Yeah, not doing that.
You're not gonna.
No, we can't do that.
I'm not behaving today.
No, I don't want to have to kick you off, but I will if I have to. I don't want to have to do that. Family, I got a lot of love for you.
I'll be like, no, please don't.
Right, put that on that timeout corner. You better behave, Said. I'm telling you. Like, no, hold on. You can't even see me. Be like,
okay, people in the chat, vote. Do you want them to kick me out? All right.
No, we're not gonna kick you out. No, we don't. We just don't. We said we're gonna move on, so we're gonna move on.
Well,
there you go. There you go.
All right, hold on for a second. Wait, for real, everybody, be respectful, okay? That's all we ask, okay?
Yeah.
So let that be the last word for everybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop it down for 5 minutes. I'm gonna bring you back up. Just give me 5 minutes.
I wanted to touch on that squirting situation. I never heard that. That's the first time I heard that someone thought that it was an orgasm. I never knew that. People think that. Because I never did it and then we stopped. It was you keep going. So I don't know. I never heard. That's new. So you didn't hear that, Black David?
Let's just say from experience, I was never told that was an orgasm.
Right, okay.
So I understood that part, but for me, in my younger year, it was a tone. I was like, wow, I got to another level. What more can I unlock? You know what I'm saying? I think the problem is some school, or say certain private school, what I found out in the country, they have certain special education, like set ethic, they're able to explain it based on the experts who understand it better. But in public school, they don't talk about it much. Now in college, it's almost either a taboo or not a taboo, because if a girl talk about it too much, she come out and she too sexualized, promiscuous, or too fast. If a guy talk about it, we're like, oh, he done a lot of time, plenty of time. But what's been missing that people don't comprehend, every man are not the same. So apply to women, every woman are not the same either. Every man are made different, every woman are made different. But if you don't understand the individuality first, then you miss the mark. I think the problem with a lot of people is too much ego and pride and a lot of ignorance. You think one woman would do it would be the same with every other woman? No. There are some women where they can't take it for more than 5 minutes just because they're too sensitive, based on the sensitivity of the woman. So what Jerry is talking about, what Sierra is talking about, is absolutely makes sense, because I took the time out and I did my homework. I did the research. I asked questions because I realized from my own questioning, from interacting with different women, it's been proven that all women are not made the same. Some are made different. Some, I'm not going to mention where their weak spot is, but it's very based on different person. So you can't just go up and say it's all. If that's all the same, that means all the same. Then, like, come on. You forget what science really is. No one do the research before they assume things like that. Needs to stop. So I understand what goes on in this type of argument or this type of conversation concerning sex, but I think the biggest problem who's humble enough to realize, you know what, there's a possibility I might be wrong about this. There's more I need to learn.
That's
So
why
this is why I had to tell guys, be careful. Back in my 20s, I can take your girlfriend from you and make sure she never come back to you. You better be warned.
Black David.
I did that in my 20s, but people think I was. I think I want to brag about. I'm just letting you know. I did my homework properly, so I know what to do, when to do it, and how to do it.
And you mad serious about that too, man.
Hey, nerd are better.
I'm dead. I think everybody has a different explanation of what squirting is, because I know they keep saying it's not piss, it's coming from the same hole, it's clear. It's just, I don't know. I never really sat to really think too much into it.
Here's the problem: the British they go even further to investigate that information, what it's all about, and they have women who are perfect, and they have. I read article, I watch documentary. They even have a profession in the UK that actually teach men how to understand women's body, which I was like, OMG, like for real. And they're very, not that they're very detailed. They're very, very detailed. They go based on the biological term of what it's all about, where it's located. In most average women, some maybe move to a certain area of the body. They know what to look at. You have to understand the woman. You have to search, explore. You have to be patient. I was like, God damn, there's like a whole thesis to get a PhD in this kind of thing. I think that was the problem. No one want to take the time out and do their homework, be patient about it, and understand the woman they're dealing with first. Don't assume all women are the same. If you think that way, then you have to be highly ignorant. I'm not bashing no, I'm just pointing out the facts. It's the same thing with guys. All guys are not the same. What I may like, it may differ from what M3 may like. You can't say we all the same. How that so? We're not clones. Or am I wrong?
And you dropping down jewels. Okay. Okay, Black David.
I said it could to be
The
a
Black
nerd.
Messiah.
I'm telling you, I learned these things because I realize I watch people make mistakes and I see their argument. When you sit back and watch the world pass you by and try to observe and understand people, you get to see certain warning signs that people overlook. What had happened, it allowed me to look at things, I do my homework, I do my research. Why do guys mess up in these things? Why do women mess up in these things? What other things they're not able to communicate among them? So concerning these different factors. When you start asking questions, trying to do like a research, trying to get that level of understanding, there were a lot of women they're willing to let you know and explain to you maybe because of equality. It could be their diet, it could be what they into, it could be what they're not into, it could be how they were born. Something of factor to how women feel or think. Because that topic will come to sex. So that's the problem with people. You want to take the time out to have the articulate conversation to get to understand, to get to explore. Everything is wham bam, thank you, ma'am. That'll make you a G. You can have sex with 100 women. Do you have 100 ways to have sex with one? Let that sink in. A lot of guys come back, I have sex with more than 100 women. But they can't brag to have more than 100 ways to please one woman.
Oh,
Am
I
I
forgot
wrong?
on mute. You said we have 100 ways to please a woman?
There's always more than 100 ways. It's all about taking your time and the patience to explore these things.
Okay.
Am I
Name the
wrong? If
100
I wrong,
ways.
GZ, let me know.
No, everybody is different. And you're
Mm-hmm.
definitely correct because a lot of females like their vagina ate, and some women don't like it at all. It all depends on who you're dealing with at that time. That's why you got to switch it up. Hit them with the right, hit them with the left. See which one she
Mm-hmm.
like, not just left, left, left. That's gonna get you left.
Wait, did somebody leave? Oh,
I
Mr.
think that
Best,
was
what's up? Oh, yeah, Queen left. All right, hold on for 1 second. All right, we got Mr. Best is back. Welcome, Mr. Best. Oh, can you hear us?
Struggle swimming internet connection. Don't forget I'm a
Can't put
techie.
it. Okay. I don't think you're wrong. It was a joke. Am I missing something in here? A joke in my bad. I'm laughing at emojis. Oh, the chat just having their own conversations among themselves. Salutes to Dark Sun. What's up, Dark Sun? Oh my God, this guy's been talking for 2 years straight. Hey, be cool and be respectful. All right. We don't want to time you out as well too. Hey, let the man talk. The man speaking facts. All right. All right. Let's start practicing the tongue flicks on the beam. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I'm screaming. The flicks on the beam is
Mm-hmm.
hilarious.
Mm-hmm. All
Let
right.
me let me let me let me address the Dark Sun character. Dark Sun, I know who you are, and I kind of where you're from and who you're associated with. Stop the bullshit, okay? I'm done with it. Because if it happens again, I'm just gonna block you. Bottom line, you can tell whoever sent you or whoever you know I said that, and that's straight up. Thank you.
Right.
I think it's the retrograde. I saw something like that on TikTok.
Mr. Bad, thank you, but here what the problem is. I did with the thing since I was in high school. When you take the time to research something, you get a deeper understanding of what you're learning. People don't like the fact that you took the time out to dig in deep, but they don't want to do the same work you put in. So whatever you do in life, if you understand something beyond their own level of understanding and you share that knowledge, it makes them feel kind of inferior, like they had to either pick on your character, trying to throw you down, or trying to make you feel like you're less of a person. It doesn't fade me. Back then it did, but at the age I am right now, all I can say is your Lord to not to get no knowledge, no understanding. I took the time out to do my homework. I took the time out to do my research. So I able to understand certain things. So it's more about you gotta be patient with it. I don't know everything, but you can learn something each and every day. It is what it is. And another thing you need to understand, as you age, your body changes also. What if your G spot moved to another location that you don't know about? How will you know about it? Like, come on. Let's be real here. Hello? Okay. Technical difficulty again. Going forward, are you going to struggle streaming? Update your internet service.
We're here. We're here. So anybody, thank you, Black Day, for sharing your perspectives. We always appreciate you. You know what I mean? And definitely, if anybody ever disrespects you or anybody on the panel, I will let it be known and check it immediately. I already laid down the rules. I'm not explaining it no more. This is going to be all action from now on. All action. So, yeah. Anybody else want to share? You can share. Saida, welcome back. If you want to share anything, share perspectives about anything being said, or yeah, you can go for it.
Kind of lost track. I don't know what you guys were talking about.
I think it is what we were talking about the sexual education, like why people miss certain information about how a woman feel, which I was trying to say you were totally correct. Gigi is totally correct. The problem is a lot of guys make that bigger mistake. They think every woman are made the same. But when you think in that kind of way, that's a high level of ignorance. Because the same apply to men. All men are not the same. There's certain thing that we like that the next guy not gonna like. So when that being put on them, they cannot get mad, but like, oh no, 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 don't play that with me. That's not what I'm into. But you did the same thing to a woman. Trying to make it seem that do it the last girl you did with what you like, you think she would like the same exact thing. That's never been the case. Individuality matter. What Sarah would like would be different what Jeezy would like. What Jeezy would like would be different from what Dom would like. People have to understand that individual they're dealing with. The problem with today's society is all about me, 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 me. Know about what can I do to help the next person or please the person I'm dealing with or make the person happy. These are the factors that I see in today's society that people are lacking. Maybe because of social media, everybody think they find all the answers to so that they Google it. Last I checked, Google to put information that other people put in. Do you research and double check the data to make sure it's the right data or it's the wrong data? I think that's the problem with what
I
we
agree.
have.
I
So
have a
what you telling
question.
me? Go ahead.
Since we on the topic of this, do you believe? I want to know from a male and as well as a woman's point of view, because it was something that was brought up to me like a couple weeks ago. We were talking about it that men are starting to, like, back in them days, like men were with men and were with women, and like it wasn't an issue, like they weren't gay, they don't think that they're gay. Is that, what do you think? What is your thoughts on that?
Now, I'll be
It
honest.
being that they're finding their sexuality and that quote unquote their G spot is in their butthole. So
I would say this from me, who like to get information from people I've been around with. Among heterosexual men, that's never been the case or been brought up into the attention. Maybe certain people who have a deeper level of sexual desire, they explore that realm, but it's not always being brought up into conversation among men. Now, if we've been around a group of men that cross the barrier being heterosexual, either they're not sure they're gay or they go both way or certain things, those conversations do come up as well. But among heterosexual men, it's more like if a guy talk in that kind of way, the first label that guy like, yo, you weird, you among that crew, go over there.
but remember, there's trannies that are looking like women, full grown
And
women.
and that you totally correct because I live in New York City, and the village, aka Chelsea, you see men that are looking better than women more than ever due to
Facts.
science and technology. So that is a known thing. But at the same token, these are men who, known to themselves, they wouldn't feel like heterosexual. They pretend to be heterosexual because of family members and friend or peer because of peer pressure. They don't want to, how you want to say, come out. Now, you want to talk about Atlanta, Georgia. Well, I never lived there, but I hear a lot of stories about it. There are a lot of men who do such thing. They call they down low brothers. You know what I'm talking about. They look like heterosexual on the outside, but undercover, they have a double life. I don't know much about ATL lifestyle, but I can say from what I'm hearing, it's more common practice down there in the south than up here in the north. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's all among heterosexual men. It's just that those who pretend to be heterosexual based on peer pressure or family pressure or whatever, the only time they feel comfortable having that type of conversation with someone who will keep their secret for them. I never think in that. I never have that type of conversation before in my life. But hearing about what goes on, maybe pick it up. I don't know. Did I answer your question?
If I may add, I also heard a lot of and I would say young men, probably in their early 20s, they go by straight men. And when you tell them, and they share, that they also have intimacy with other males, and you're like, so you're bisexual because they have with females. So to me, that's bisexual, but they're like, no, I'm straight. I like females, but I also have intimacy with men. And I'm like, so you're gay? So they don't, I don't know. It's very common nowadays, I have to say.
It's
So
it's common because of what society has become. But remember, all these things take place from their upbringing. What kind of society upbringing did they have that create that realm for them to walk into? Now you come from a traditional realm whereby no one practices no such thing. It's a major taboo. Then you have men are but a different. Now we have well men who pretend to be on moral ground, whereby you have uncles or fathers or brothers who strictly practice such thing. It keep on the wrap. This what I know that among the black churches, there are stuff like that being popular out of lately for the past 10 to 15 years, whereby people are shocked they found out that pastor was gay or the choir leader was gay, or but we got to look at what created that opening. What were their upbringing? People overlook that. That's where the problem comes to play. It becoming more rampant, more open. Now that you have law, you can come out that gay. People are now pushing onto kids at early ages. This is where I have a big problem with. Let a child be a child. That's trying to put perversion onto a child. So people are trying to create that society fast. but don't realize the damage they do onto a male. Same thing apply to women. There are women who grew up in that type of environment whereby they have aunt, they have sister, they have relative or female friend who do something to a female at a young age and expose them to that. It's not like they have that desire naturally. I'm not saying all of them went to that. Some may have it naturally growing up because of how they feel, how they think, but you're talking about people who go through that certain trauma. I think the problem with society, we trying to blur the line, act like that's not so, that's not really happening. But you don't realize unless you have seen it, you have observed it. I'm from an African background, so we hear about such weird stuff that happen that you cannot speak about it because you'll bring shame to a particular family. Among the Caribbeans, the same thing happened to them as well. We hear all kind of stories like that, and you wonder why people act a certain way. How you expect a man who have 2 or 3 kids end up turning gay afterward? Not realize you take it back to his past, how he got molested by his uncle or by his brother or by his father's friend. These things are factors that people cannot overlook. How a child being brought up in that environment dictate what they will be like growing up in the future. This is why you have to be careful when you have kids. Don't just have your kid around just anybody. You have to vet the people you have your kid around. Know who they are, what they are. You're trying to catch them when they don't see you watching them.
Yep.
I think that's one of the biggest problems. I think people do that a lot. And me being a nerd, I'm always asking questions. Why did it happen? Why did that happen? I want to understand it better. So when I have a better understanding, I know what to look for. When I know what to look for, I know how to counteract it. So when it comes to children, when I hear what Jada Pinkett, that means the grandma was exposed to perversion or the one who put perversion onto other people based on their mindset. Could be either factor. So when she does such a thing to Jada, she opened a door onto Jada's life whereby she's never satisfied, or she into this, or she into that, or she think this the right way of doing things, or this the wrong way of doing things. These such people, you have to be careful not to get platform too, because they can impact that another level of perversion that it's not safe for people to listen or to see or to speak about.
Yep, I agree. And definitely, sometimes kids even give you signs like they don't feel comfortable with someone around, they don't want them close to them. And that doesn't mean that person's doing, but they just don't like that person. Probably it's for a reason. So I agree. I agree with that. And those are the type of conversations that you want to have with them at a younger age. Like, hey, be careful. No one should be touching you in this area in a certain way. Nobody should be saying things in a certain way. So those are the things that you definitely want to talk.
I'm
I
glad you
bought a
mentioned that. I'm glad you mentioned that. I tried to cut you because when you were talking about that, I recall my stepdaughter told me about it. It happened to the middle school that she was going to in downtown Brooklyn. When she first got admitted to the school, it was about 75% straight with an all-girls school. By the time she graduated from the middle school, she said now 75% gay. And I asked her what happened, what took place, the education, the type of topic they talk about, the type of thing they allow in that environment. Same thing with Catholic school. Anyone who from Brooklyn, New York, or any other five boroughs, we had to joke about people who go to Catholic school. When it's all girls school or all boys school, they'll be held in a closed environment. By the time they come out, they go explosives. They went like out of their mind. They start to explore things. What took place in that environment that made them act the way they act? You gotta look at that. Who are the teachers? What kind of teacher they have? What kind of staff they have? Were they secretly doing perversion to these people growing up before they leave the school? These are things you have to look at. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Yes, definitely. I bought this book for my daughter when she was 7, I think, but the book is from 9 to 11. But it's kind of like the introduction of the body, how the body will change, and all the changes that her body will experiment, and it explains it like in words that are meant, easy to digest, I would say, for kids. So since I want her, and I want her to read, I want her to enjoy reading, because that's something that I was forced to read. So it's different. And then I was like, oh, you have to read this book. But then nowadays there's so many, variety out there that I was like, okay, I want her to enjoy what she's reading. And I bought the book and I was like, okay, so you're gonna read it, and then whatever questions you have from the book, you're gonna ask me. So then when she was reading, I'm like, okay, what are your questions from that page? And then she will ask me 1 or 2 questions. What didn't you understand and stuff like that. So I was pretty much guiding, what she was reading, and I was on top of it. And not just that, I mean, she's 9, but some of the stuff that are there are a little bit more advanced. So I have to kind of like accommodate to her language and adjust it for her to understand, in a specific way. Because you cannot be hiding things from kids, because that's just not good either. You cannot put them in a bubble, unfortunately, even as much as you want. And you also have to at the same time respect their age, because you don't also want to overload with information, unnecessary information, right? So yeah.
I'm glad you said that because there's a thing that I brought up to a lot of young parents for the past almost 2 decades that I noticed. And I'm sure as parent, I know a lot of people don't think about this. Do you even vet the program your children watch on TV? The biggest issue I have with one particular program was on Nickelodeon called Degrassi. That program, what they do with that was perverting a lot of these young teenagers to the type of sexual life that based on the storyline they were portraying these things. And when I was watching it with my stepdaughter and I was looking at it, I was telling my wife, the show is no good, right? She said, well, no, yeah, I know it's for kids, but there's hidden methods being put through these things. If you're not paying attention, you'll miss it. Same thing with cartoon or anime or whatever TV program, depending on the age group, because if you're not careful, mainstream media always find a way to put a hidden method in the program your children watch. And when you're not paying attention, they get reprogrammed based on what they're watching. So when I heard that Bill Gates, the guy we had to live our life as technician, he makes sure his kid don't spend more than 2 hours on no media or no TV. That struck a chord. Why is that? Because he understood what goes on. You can't have kids watching too much TV past 2 hours because of the social program of the mind. What they're viewing to the eye of the soul, it gives them what type of idea they get it in their head. So we have these type of program being put out to now, because there's something about what my daughter watch. I got another daughter. She's 9, and I look at what she watch. If I don't like it, she's not going to be watching it. So I had to father, I had to realize what my kids are watching and understand, and there's any hidden method being thrown out there. If it's
Yep.
something I don't like about it,
Yeah. I
cut it
immediately
off.
say, hey, what are you watching? Change that.
But a lot of parents
Mm-hmm.
don't do that. They ignore it. Oh, it's a kid program.
Have you
But
seen those little kids that are dancing? I don't know what country it is, but they're dancing in a way that is like, I don't even dance like that. I don't even do it. And these kids, these young girls and boys, like 6, 7 years old, dancing in this way, I'm like, wow.
they're
And
going off.
parents are around just like, you
They've
look
been going
so.
on for a decade here because I remember it to be have a roller skate hall in Brooklyn out here before they tear it down, and I had to watch. I'm in my early 20s, and this 9-year-old girl was twerking on something, and the parent are go get her. And in my head, I was like, "Do you just realize what you're just doing right now? You just completely sexualize a little girl and make it seem like it's okay to act. Not just that. Look at the clothing store. What kind of fashion are they pushing out for young girls to wear?" So I had to think about it. I was like, wow, it's all based on where you live and what type of society is being put there, what kind of agenda is being pushed. The way you have some people want to move to the close community where they want to control what their kids see or hear or experience, because if you allow too much come in, some kind of perversion will come into the child mind. Now you can close them out for far too. When they get to a level of adulthood, they start learning certain things without your supervision, they could go haywire with it. Let's be honest, the college years. And we've been to a college campus, we all seen it. You came from a closed home, a shelter home. You come on a college campus for the first time before you notice. Now, that's not everyone, but some are different based on individual. The problem is you can only shelter a person for far too long until they get that exposure that pique their interest and they will dive into it no matter what you do. Know what I mean?
Yep, I agree.
I'm a granddad at 43, so you can imagine. I gotta be aware of everything because I'm watching my kid and my grandkids. I gotta
Do
be
you feel
concerned
like
with the watch.
do you feel that you are more patient or you're losing up with your grandkids different than your all grandparents do? So I'm just
I
asking
would
if you
say
feel
as a parent, I was patient, but I was a little bit too stern because I was afraid of what society would put down to my kids. Then when my stepdaughter, who I consider as my daughter, give me two grandkids, then I had to look at it a little bit different. Like, you know what? I got to be careful about it. So, as a grandparent, a young grandparent, not only I'm patient, I'm trying to teach the kid to how to think outside the box, but think a more rational level whereby they know how to predict the next thing happen and make the right decision. I teach that to my son. I teach that to my daughter. That's my granddaughter. My grandson just turned 1, so he got a long way to go. But he like to bug me a lot. What can I say?
Mhm. Okay, family. So let in my guest. All right. He is my brother, my Brody. You know what I mean? Love him. You know what I'm saying? He knows I love him, man. And I don't really love a lot of people on YouTube. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't. I'm messing with y'all, man. Got love for all y'all. But I really do love this person, man. Gotta bring in a Brody. Daryl Long. What's up, bro? Come on in, man.
What's going on, family? How y'all doing tonight?
Pretty good, man. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I was just listening to y'all conversation. You know what I'm saying? Just I low key, I was supposed to be live, but I fell asleep earlier, man. I was knocked the fuck out. But I had a good
Hey, you
ass
was getting
nap.
that good workout in, so.
Mm-hmm.
Man, yeah, I've been doing my workout lives every morning. Getting back to the coding lives in the morning. I see y'all was talking about it sounded like y'all talking about children and what's appropriate and how they should behave in so many words.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the talk was like from one point to another, and yeah, pretty much.
No, I definitely agree with Canadian Born was saying. I feel like he made a lot of good points about how children should behave and what should be expected from them. And in so many words, what I heard was there's a my mom would say there's a place for children, there's a place for adults, and some shit is just a place for children, man. You know what I mean? Even with I think Truth was up here earlier, and it was talking about what's appropriate for a young woman or a young boy. I think that's a real spicy topic, bro, because a lot of children shouldn't even be exposed to certain things if we really being honest. But because we in a culture where we don't really pay attention to how much shit we exposing children to, and truthfully, people don't really care about it either, especially when it makes them look good. Like if you really being honest, how many women dress their sons up like you know, little dudes who getting pussy. I hate to say it like that, but like yeah, this is how my son look, and he gonna get all the girls. We've all seen it before, bro. And unfortunately, we all seen women behave in ways with their daughters that's also some would say inappropriate, right? You know, Canadian, but at the same time, we don't enforce community standards at all. Like we don't enforce community standards. The church tries to, but overall we don't. Not anymore.
Let me respond to that. I'm glad you say we don't force community standards because this is something I've been saying in multiple panels. To force a community standard is to have an actual community whereby everyone in the community think the same or have the same like mindset. The problem with among black people, we're so diverse, we're so divided. If someone want to stand up to be a moral compass for the community, depending on what kind of moral compass you're going to be, either they accept it or they don't accept it. Let it be a compass whereby it's so much conservatism, whereby no more short skirt. Girl gotta wear long skirts. No guy cannot be dressed in the pants saggy. Yet, if you have that type of setup within the black community, how many black people do you think would have followed it? You gotta ask yourself that question first. This is why I said before in the past that the vision being taking place, that the brain drain being taking place. There are some people who, from past experience, they realize this is not the type of life they want to live or have their kid live by. So they remove themselves from that arena or that community or that environment and go somewhere else whereby people of like mindset are doing the same exact thing. They're so conservative, they don't make sure there's no perversion in that neighborhood, there's no perversion in that community, there's no perversion in the school. Almost every parent comes to the PTA meeting, they're checking on the teacher, they're validating the teacher, X, Y, and Z. Those type of community are existing in small pockets across the country where they move away from the main majority because they see what the majority is doing. This is something I've been known among black people. There are too many pocket community among the black people, either from the Africa diaspora or they're from the island. They do such things just to protect their home. Because let's be real, my parents was old school. They'll say don't date X, Y, and Z, don't date African American, don't date Caribbean. Only you be from my culture or white women. That was my parents' old school mindset. It took me a years to understand where they come from. The Caribbean might say the same thing too, or don't date someone from this particular part of the world. What is taking place, people are trying to protect their own because they see how society is becoming. They feel like it's not safe for their kids to be that type of way. So that's why to have such community, you have to have a mutual good among people. Am I correct?
Black Dave, I have a question to ask you.
Go ahead.
So, so your Nigerian people will teach you guys not to go after with African American women, but then they'll say it's okay for you to like date like a white person. I'm not saying like like there's nothing wrong dating like anybody that you truly love, but why is that again? Like why do they prefer for you to?
I'm glad you asked that question. That was the same
Mhm.
thing I asked my mother and my father for years because the moment I turned 17, it would be like constantly programming to my head to the point whereby I didn't want to hear it. It's always the same repeat almost every year. When you're gonna have a girlfriend, make sure she's not American. I'm like, I look at my mom like she's crazy. I look at my dad like he's crazy. Now, when I spent 7 years in Nigeria, and I realized what was going on, Nigeria was colonized by the British Empire. Based on what they were exposed to, or based on the type of standard being exposed to them among the Nigerian people, they feel like they're the status quo based on royalty. Unless you dated someone from a royal family in Africa, from our culture, they had to be a European woman who is from the higher status. That was the mindset that been put in place, but it's also something that have been put down, which it had been documented, but the books weren't available at the time when I was there. It was after I left, I heard they brought these books out now, teach people what was going on. The same thing
Okay, so
applied to
more
the
like a status quo. Like you wanna get with
bingo.
someone because now you're on their territory. So okay, let me make sure I break this down for a second. Um, so basically, in simplistic terms, from your country, Nigeria, to the
hmm
United States,
hmm
they want you to be with the highest status, so that way, in their thinking, you will have 9 times out of 10, you will be more successful dating someone with a higher degree.
Bingo.
But okay, but I'm for sure you're kind of aware because now you are in the United States,
hmm
so you are aware that even if you're with someone,
hmm
let's just say of that status quo,
hmm
that does not elevate you at all. Period.
You're 100% correct, but they are the mindset of the old school parents who were taught that same mindset in the past. I had to question it. There was a time where we had me, my brother, and my cousin. My mom and his mom were in the same living room. And my mom would say that, well, you can marry African American, but I don't want no Caribbean. She would say no Jamo, no Asian, no Mexican, no either you marry a Nigerian woman or African American woman or a European white. And I look at my mom like she crazy. I look at my cousin mom. She said, well, I don't want no African American now. Either you marry Nigerian or you marry Oyibo. Oyibo referring to white women. I look at my brother. I look at my cousin. They look at me like they're scared. I tell my mom and my aunt, I don't know about you guys, but whoever make me happy, that's who I'm marrying. Doesn't matter if she's Mexican or she's Asian, she's Japanese, she's Chinese, she's Korean. I could care less. Whoever make me happy, that's what I'm going to choose. I'll consider to be the outcast of the family because I didn't act African in their term. So when that happened, I'm being labeled the black sheep. I've been labeled the outcast. I've been labeled too Americanized. But what I noticed from them is what's being taught to them and their parents. Now, when they're coming from predominant family who has certain wealth in Africa, it's kind of like a level of peer pressure. If you don't live according to their standard, you're not going to have no inheritance, which is the generational wealth, which is very, very well known. A lot of African kids who came from the top of family not going to want to burn bridge to get access to that generational wealth. Let's keep it real.
Yeah.
It's not no regular inheritance. I'm talking about money have been multiplied over the period of years. That will be your assets. So if you don't follow
David, let
this
me.
standard,
Yeah. Like David, let me ask you real quick. Is your wife African American or is she Nigerian like you?
she Trinidadian.
Trinidadian. Okay. Is that kind of close to like your traditional standards or not really?
No, the moment my mom found out my wife is from Trinidad, all hell broke loose. My big sister, which I found out years ago, she actually is my blood big sister. She told one of my mom, my sister, she told me to go and get a second wife. And I was like, what?
Wow.
But here's the joke though. I
Yeah.
came from a polygamous family. It was okay to have more than one wife. Now to me, I had to make fun of it. I'm like, me having more than one wife. So that means I need a lot of supply of Viagra, a lot of supply of blood pressure pills, a lot of supply
Wow.
of gym membership. That's my joke.
I
Because
respect you for saying that because a man will be like, oh, I can have two women, but you are,
no, here's the
man,
thing.
I got so much respect for you.
The reason why I say that African women endurance level is not the same like African American women endurance level. African women, for some apparent reason, the level of satisfaction they supposed to get is a little bit more than based on environment. So it's more of a workout.
You're in
So
trouble.
yeah. Now I used to joke about it. I say, what do you have for wives? What will be the schedule? She's on Monday, she's on Tuesday, they get a break on Wednesday, then she's on Thursday, get a break on Friday,
And when
she
do
on
I have a
Saturday.
break? You're gonna be like,
Now,
when do I have a break?
what
I
if
think I'll
that?
be. I think I'll be perfectly fine. I'll be perfectly fine.
No, you
I
What
won't.
you
would
mean by
have no
that?
problem.
Right
I
now.
would have no
Somebody
problem.
taking a break?
Let me finish the
No,
joke.
no, no. I don't care if it's two of them, four of them. I would have no problem.
Well,
I
trust
would
me.
have no problem.
Let me break it down for you.
I work out. I drink Gatorade.
Let me
This
let me break down
this
the
is a
joke.
whole different kind of workout, man.
Let me break down the joke.
Electrolytes.
So if you have that schedule,
Here you go, Gigi. Tell him.
let's say you had that schedule for a while. As months pass by, you not even found the schedule. White number 3 pleaded more than white number 1 and 2. White number 4 almost there but not there. So what if you find not to follow the schedule? You spend more time with white number 3, but white number 1, number 2 are looking at you like, what happened on my day? You supposed to come to my room. You know what that lead to? More headaches.
All right,
No, thank you.
More
let's talk about this
nagging.
real quick.
More nagging. Are you ready for that?
Okay, so Black David, imagine having 4 siders, okay? Now and then they're all in a bad mood. That's terrible. Okay? Like you
That's an
don't
example.
even really want that.
I
And
don't
hopefully that
get
was a good
to that move that often, to be honest.
The only hit another joke. The only way that will work for me if my main man it passed my kneecap.
The what?
Oh Lord, have mercy.
That's the only way it will work.
I didn't hear what she said, but never mind.
He was saying if his thing is a little endowed.
Oh wait, but I just thought about something. Hold on.
Oh
real
my
quick.
gosh, man!
Imagine having like five like Jesus though, right? Oh my gosh.
No, but the best understand the joke.
And let me tell you something. I be at 100 from the minute I open these motherfucking eyes. I'm on 100. I can't imagine the nigga have 4 of me. He might kill himself.
I'm like, you want to close your.
What time is it? It could be.
Let me say something.
Nigga, that's like breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and
Mr.
supper.
Ben,
Like,
Y'all
no,
hold on. Can I? Let me say. I haven't said nothing yet. Hold on. Let me say this, y'all. Let me say this. Y'all be making it seem like the woman's body is like calculus sometimes. Like it's not really that hard.
Hold on.
You know what I'm saying? It's not. It's wait, hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. It's not that hard. It's the fact that you know what it is? Most of these guys don't know what the fuck they're doing. That's really the issue. These men don't know what these males don't know what they're doing. CBN know what he's doing. It's a difference. He knows what he's doing. Okay? He got them kids for a reason. He knows what he's doing.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. A lot of males don't know what they're doing. So that's why y'all not being pleasured. A lot of males are selfish. They're not trying to pleasure you. They're just trying to pleasure themselves, and they're out. But a man, hold on. Let me finish, y'all. But a man's gonna take that time, put in that work, and make sure you get worked out. And he gonna get up after that. You know what I mean? Go get him something to drink, and gonna sit back, and you're gonna be knocked out snoring, and he gonna be there laughing.
I'm glad.
That's all I gotta say.
It's like get that cheeseburger and get out.
I got something good. Here's my rebuttal. Thank God for American movies. Everybody know the comedy movie called Welcome Home, Roscoe Jenkins. When who play a particular part at Roscoe Jenkins. You know what I'm talking, Martin?
That's my movie.
What happened to him when his so-called wife, who almost killed him, after she was done, she jumped on the treadmill? What does that sound like to you? You all seen that thing? I laughed so hard I had to play it over and over. I was like, only you guys will make so much a mockery about it, and it's funny. She was draining his laugh force, and he was like almost dying. And when she was done, she got up, went on that treadmill, and started running. I was like, for that woman, you die the next week.
But that was a movie, though. Hold on. Daryl Long, am I wrong? I'm gonna ask Daryl Long. Daryl Long, am I wrong? I just think that the males don't know what they're doing.
Salute, truth. Have a good night.
You know what, bro? For me, man, a lot of dudes don't know what they're doing, and you know it by the kind of women that they attract and how sexually engaged those women really are. And let's be real. If we're having a conversation about this, how many men are taking the time out to really play with clitoris? And there's a lot of different things that you have to do before you really even get a woman legs open. How many women are engaging in foreplay with their men? How many are being touched in a way that they want to be touched, not the way that the man think they want to be touched? I think a lot of men don't spend enough time talking to women to understand their preferences, and they go into these different relationships and situations thinking that all preferences are the same, but in actuality, they are not.
Well, I get your point, but the term that we should have to make fun of women, not all women, is a particular kind of woman. We call them succubus, meaning no matter how much work you put in, it's never enough. That she will drain you to the point where she almost drain your life force. So, like Jeezy was saying, what if by chance you find one that you put all your work and you think you got it, and she was like, it's not over. You're going from round 7. You're like, round what? You trying to get to the next winner. She dragging you in like, oh hell, you ain't going nowhere. Another movie.
I'm not even gonna say nothing.
Another movie, Marlon Wayans. You know that comedy movie? when they what was the other movie? It's like a parable or a part. What do we go? A parody to the other movie. Don't culture with dinner. Like he like dealing with a particular girl in the truck, and she morphed into something else. And while he tried to get out of the truck,
Oh,
she dragged him
don't be a
in.
menace in South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. That's my movie
Bingo.
too. I love that movie.
So that particular scene, when I saw that one, I said, "Why are you making these type of movies, making it obvious? You make it with
Oh
one
wow.
female, and she's like, get over here,' and you trying to run for your damn life. Like, come on, let's be honest, guys. All guys are not the same. All women are not the same. But you find that one particular one, you try to act yourself. I think that's the wrong idea for me to get into.
Ain't never had that problem. M3, what you think? What you think, M3? What you think, man? Is it just that the males don't know what they're doing? I just think they don't know what they're doing. Y'all experiencing males who don't know what they're doing. That's really what it is. They don't know what they're
Then,
doing.
why you have a term called
Well,
man eater for women?
That's
okay,
a
hold
whole different thing,
on.
though,
Wait, hold on.
right?
Let me answer Mr. Best's question real quick. So this is kind of like similar to like what Daryl said earlier. A lot of men don't really take the time to kind of get to know. Well, I wouldn't even say just men, but just both, right? There's a lack of communication on both parties. Like both parties need to speak up on where their pleasure spot is, how they want to be touched, how they want to get hit from the back, okay, side to side, and that's it. You know, don't spit your water outsider. All right,
Yeah, exactly.
that'll be gross.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is, is that like you gotta understand what. Yeah, K Mary, I get it. You gotta understand like what turns the woman on, and sometimes it's okay. Like if the woman say, hey, like you're not doing this part right, in a pleasant way, because we all got the egos, and we love our egos to get stroked, but at the same time, it's good just to be honest, so then we could get better at our sex game. Okay, it's a two-way street. Now, look, ideally, yeah, for every man, look, pump, dump, sleep, wake up, shit, wake up again, and handle your business. Okay, yes, that would be the lavish life if we were selfish like that. But it doesn't satisfy it doesn't satisfy the woman at all. So it's like you gotta kind of consider, okay, it's like you gotta put your own personal junk to the side and make sure she's at her full climax before you can even dig in like a jackhammer, But you gotta get her into the mood first. So on concrete, what soft as concrete is water. Now I sound like I'm going to drift off a little bit, but I'm not. I'm just putting an analogy to it. So, okay, to break that concrete without water, it's the equivalent to you got to get her moist and wet. Okay, based on what women, what other women will say. I'm just saying, I'm not speaking like I know about womanese, but you know what I mean. Anyways, you gotta get in a mood where she's already about to get wet enough and it's nice and soft. And then when it's time to dive in, then okay, you could give like your junk the credit, But sometimes you have to figure out ways of how to use your fingers to pleasure that spot. Jesus will tell you. He's like the sexologist.
Period.
I'll just.
My bad.
You said period. I'll just say this real quick, and then hold on, because I know I'll go to D. We're gonna go to D next, and we're gonna go to CBN after that, and then Jeezy, whatever. If Jeezy will say whatever you gotta say after that, y'all could. Let me say this. I only gotta say one thing. There's something called the art of the foot rub. All right. Sometimes you just gotta know to get that foot rub popping. That's all I'm gonna say. I ain't gonna say nothing else. Go ahead, D.
I like nice foot rubs. So yeah, I agree.
No, I'm saying for the ladies. You not know how to rub some feet. Go ahead, D.
Oh yeah, for me,
what
man.
was the question? What did you say for the ladies?
I said men gotta know the art of the foot rub. They gotta know how to rub.
He ain't lying because
rub.
I'm rubbing my foot right now for this weekend.
You what?
Exactly. So
rubbing or scrubbing?
I said he's not lying because I'm scrubbing my foot right now for this weekend for my rubs.
If a man knows how to rub, if a man know how to rub them feet, that's all I'm gonna say. Go ahead, D.
But let me make that clear though. Like, I'm not gonna be rubbing like on no crusty feet and these crusty toes.
No
I'm
fact.
just
That's
saying.
why I'm scrubbing them. I'm
If I was
putting
in their position,
Vaseline, and it's about to go down.
Can I say something about that?
Oh, hold on, Saida.
Wait,
Hold
No,
on.
she good.
yeah.
Okay.
So, and this is kind of like the things that I notice when men, it's more like a contradiction. I know it's not you, but I'm just gonna put it out there generalizing. Because what you just said right now, it's important. Oh, I'm not rubbing no whatever feet, the name, whatever term you used. For that, it requires for a woman to have a pedicure. If she's not working, she requires you to pay for it.
So?
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. But a lot of men don't want that. A lot of men don't wait for those things. That's what they're saying. Hold on. Okay, so hold on. What I'm saying is that a lot of men think that that's a lifestyle, but this is what she's been doing by herself, paying for her pedicure, paying for her stuff, and you like to see that. But now that you want to be her provider, you kind of have to maintain that. And I think that's what women are saying, their lifestyle, but in reality, some of them are exaggerating, I have to admit. But I just needed to hear that you're okay with those basic things that are needed for a woman to maintain.
I would never take barefoot out on a date with me with her toes looking crusty and musty like that. So yeah, if I'm gonna rub those feet and I have the resources to pay for it, then sure. Now yeah, that's pretty much it.
I just want to say, if you dealing with a dude, your feet should be done, because that's the last thing you should be thinking about is some man. You need to get a job. I provide my own maintenance of everything that I do. Like, I just do this before I go to the nail salon, because I like to be, I won't pull out no crazy feet on them, like, even though they get done. But I'm not requiring no dude to get my feet done. This is going to get done regardless if you here, you left, tomorrow, 80 or 90. I'm going to get my big behind up in that chair and put them dogs in some water. So if a girl ain't got no money to get her toes done, she need to be looking for a job, not a man.
Men who try too hard.
I definitely agree with Jeezy.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree with you, Jeezy, because I think it's a contradiction when women talk about, especially if a woman is saying that if she even entertaining a man that he has to do certain things. I'm more into women who want to do these things just because that's what she want to look like. Like Jeezy is she making sure her feet look good because she want to make sure that her feet not crusted when she come to a man, because that's what she want to look like. That's gonna turn me on more, right? Like, you know what I'm saying, to understand that she's well kept.
Them white toes is coming out. You hear me?
No, yeah, exactly. That's like me going to a girl saying, "Well, I get my hair cut once we start talking." Like, no, that's how I should keep myself. Period. I should keep myself attractive. Period. Right. I shouldn't be. And that's one thing about me I can say is that, unfortunately, even though I'm not married, I do attract beautiful women because of how I keep myself and how attractive I am. But at the end of the day, as far as what we were talking about earlier, rubbing somebody's feet and all of those different things, sexual tension, like Quantum said, it should already be there, right? It should already be there before you even lay your hands on her. But by the time you talk to her enough to understand her preferences, you understand if the foot rub is going to do it, or if the oral sex is going to do it, or if the soft kisses is going to do it. You will understand whatever it is that's, let's say, her button. You should understand that through, in my opinion, communication. You can't I wouldn't just meet Jeezy and the very first time I know how to really like push her to like an orgasmic level. But after maybe months of talking, getting to know her intimately, and testing a few different things, and maybe I will, right? But to me, the foot rubs is like what best want to interject. To me, oral sex, if we can't exchange like that, then to me, it's going to be weak, period, no matter how often we talk. Because like, to me, that's just like, that's me, man. Best, you you foot rub, but for me, I'm oral sex. If like I don't give a fuck how we gotta do it. If we 69, no matter what it is, but it gotta happen. If it don't happen, it's a fail.
But what if she don't like that?
No. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Let me. I only need 30 seconds. I only need 30 seconds to describe my art. All right, I'm gonna start my 30-second time.
You don't even need a timer, Mr. Best. Like,
no, I just need 30 seconds because I want them to rock. Listen, when I say the art of the foot rub, right? I'm saying basically that when a woman asks you for a foot rub or even a back massage, she's testing you to see if you know how to handle a woman's body. She's trying to see if you're too rough with your hands or if you're too soft. So you got to have the right amount of softness, and you have to have the right amount of, damn that timer, you got to have the right amount of assertiveness. So it has to be soft yet assertive, okay? Because this is a woman's body. So she's trying to see if you just know how to handle women, to see if you're experienced. It's a test, gentlemen. She's testing you, okay? And if you pass that test, you're gold, okay? You're good to go, okay? You're good to go from everywhere else, okay? You know what I mean? Now, yes, you know, the music moves should already be, you should already be playing music already. You know what I mean? The music should already be there. Okay, Marion, I see the music thing. The music should be there. You should already be talking in a slow, relaxed voice. All that should be happening already. You know what I mean? It should already be happening. That should already be done. But I'm saying, when she asks you to rub her feet or to give her a back massage, she is testing you. And yes, I do agree that I do believe that you both have to engage in certain things of pleasure beforehand. So D, I definitely agree with you. You know, on
it don't even
that
gotta
aspect.
be beforehand, but we can get to it.
No, but you know what I'm saying. Before you fully engage into everything else, you know what I mean. Like that I can understand why that has to be something that happens as well, just to get everybody, in a groove, and then we could just go from there. You know what I mean. So, but yeah, like I said, that the art of the foot rub and the back massage is a test by women to see if you know what you're doing. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, for me to acknowledge what Jeezy was saying. I believe you said, Jeezy, what if she's not really into oral sex, right? I'm assuming that's exactly what she meant while she fixing her toes up or whatever. You know, for me, if a woman isn't interested in giving head, I haven't really experienced those kind of women before, but I would say this. Once you, and excuse my language, once you fuck her good enough and you pull out and she going to taste it afterwards, like that's just what it is. And you have to really be on your game because after a while, that's just how it's going to be. So I haven't had, that many experiences when a woman is looking at you, she's staring at like your fucking dick right in her face. She really want it. At least that's been in my experiences. Even the ones who don't like sucking dick, like I'm being genuine, Best. Like even the ones who that don't like, giving head or whatever, fellatio. At some point, you're gonna taste it.
Welcome, Auntie JP.
What's going on, JP? At some point, you're gonna taste it, and it can be in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So I guess put some wetness on it, or it can be at the end when it's covered in you, and you want to taste yourself, and a mixture of yourself and me. That's been my experiences because a lot of them that they don't want to catch it on the face. They rather swallow. Like, as a matter of fact, shout out to DDG. I'm for real because shout out to DDG, bro, because he did a video at Central Michigan called, Spit or Swallow, where, he would go around and ask the girls, would you rather spit or swallow? Most of them, they chose to swallow. So at some point it's going to end up in your mouth regardless.
Lord have mercy.
It's we better off in a position where we both just sexually is satisfied with oral sex, bro. Girls love getting they cat ate. It's not a single woman on here that would disagree with that. Not one.
She said she disagrees. What you
disagree with, Jeezy?
I don't like my cat ate. I'm good. I'm here for dick.
So have you had it? I'm not trying to change your mind. Have you had somebody actually like make you orgasm off oral sex?
It all the time. It's not my thing. I don't want nobody spitting in my. I'm good. It's just not for me.
Respect.
Like I get it done because I know like sometimes they be needing it, but Big Mama get to it. That
Yeah, you just want to just hop right
you.
on it.
You ain't got to have me.
Now, I like to
I'm
be the
more of a
devil.
pleaser. Let me say that.
I'm like to play devil advocate here.
I'm sorry. I tried to hold them back.
Canadian said,
But I
I'm dropping all pipe,
can't.
all pipe.
So,
Oh my
what I was
god.
trying to say earlier, right? What is medical term called nimble? A person who have an extreme desire for sexual pleasure, right? If by chance you get a woman who sexual desire is surpass your own, how can you keep on satisfying to the point where she say, no, I'm taking it from you, and you trying to run for your life? How you deal with that situation?
Just
But
keep
the same
giving her
apply.
dick.
I could speak for myself in that situation. At the end of the day, I'm a woman. So I'm not gonna handle no man like no man. Like if it's to the point that I'm more superseding what he on, I'ma calm down. I'm not about to flip no man. Like you're not gonna be pushing me off. I'll give it to me. I'm not doing that.
I respect that because I know about it for years, and a lot of guys say that can never happen to them. And my cousin actually bumped into one. He had to go into a hiding, so we had to lie and say he's not home. If you know what I mean.
No, I definitely get what you're saying because there's some women that's just hyperly sexual, man. But I still don't understand how they can run you off. I feel like as long as you exercise well, you eat well, like you sleep well, yeah, you should be fine. Because, man, I was dating this Jamaican girl about a few years ago, and this Nigerian girl named Ade, and they were both hyperly sexual, bro, and like we would fuck every single day, like every single day, for real. So,
and you want to have 4 of those to be married to?
Ooh. Oh yeah, see, I didn't know we was talking about having 4 of them. I didn't know we was talking about having 4 of them continuously. Nah, I'm not even like, I'm not that kind of guy, bro. I'd rather just have one woman and just fuck her a million times and fuck a million women. Like that's not really something I'm into.
Thank you, Dale. You did make me win my case because I was talking about the 4 wife thing. You never know what you get.
Not like the occasional threesome or something like that. That's different, you know. Like I'm all here for that. Like you bring her in and cool, but really having somebody there in my bed every single day with me and my woman, I'm not really interested in that anyway. Not me, at least. But it would be fun, you know, occasionally getting head, 2 lips at one time.
I just want to say this real quick. I would say this. I'm with D. I'm just I'd rather just have one person, so I could have my cuddle time and everything else. But when I was younger, that's a whole different story. Go ahead, Saeed.
What are you thinking right now? Where's your thoughts?
I'm just listening.
Hey, I like to do devil advocate. I'm trying to prove people you can't have more than one wife. You thinking, oh, you're not gonna have a undercover, you know what? And she wants to suck you dry. And you're afraid, like, when's my turn at that?
You don't know me when I was younger. You don't know Mr. Best when he was younger. When he was shooting the fadeaways, closed eyes. You don't know what I was doing back in the day, baby. Mr. Best was different back in the day.
Yeah,
he was
but
way different. He was a different guy. He could run up mountains and all types of stuff. He was different back then, man.
My elder told me, you think you're young, you can do that. Be careful. You may find the right one to make you age quickly.
Oh no, I'm good now. I'm almost middle aged, so I'm good. But I'm saying when I was younger, yeah, I could walk up cliffs and mountains and have backpacks on my back and knock out a bear with my bare hands. But that ain't happening no more.
Something that I have to say is that I don't know if I can speak for myself, not for all women, but it gets better the older you get. Because obviously, when I was younger, I was shy and I don't know, it was different. So I don't think I would enjoy it as much as, when within time.
I could say for myself, them younger days, it was. I had my knees. I don't got my knees no more. So
Tell him, Jeezy. Tell him. You can do a spin move and everything. No more of that.
He gotta push me over to help me off. Nah. I think now that I'm older, I wish I would have preserved more of my knees. But as I get older, I think it's different now when I'm older because it's like, I don't know, because it's only, I don't know. I think it's different now to me. I think back then it was like, oh, he playing around, I'm getting him. But now it's like, girl, you about to be 90. Yeah.
Look at Apex's comment.
Hey, I've been
What
trying
did
to
the
prove,
D's do, though?
I've been trying to prove my point because some people are not made the same. You find out one anatomy, and they'll make you whatever you think yourself. But like,
I was on these knees. I was bouncing on these knees. My dog is wilding, but these knees need to work. Okay? But now I can't. It's not the same. You can't spin off, jump back on, spin back. It's over. Once I spin off, that's it.
Jeezy, were you the Undertaker?
I thought I was. Shit. I thought I was gold dust. I was jumping off the ring. I'm talking about I was breaking beds and all that. But now it's just so different. Like, he's older, I'm older. It's like, it's not the same. You can't get sex all the time. They lied.
Hey, Black David. Even Undertaker retired.
Right. Me talk. That's my
down because they're getting older, so I had to tone it down.
And that's why she plead my case. I'll be trying to say that you have certain people who are above than average, that some guy keep second guessing them. So I'm thinking, oh, I can deal with it, and later you notice they tapping out and they trying to hide. My cousin did that. I found it funny. I went to his crib, the girl was knocking on the door. Tell him not here. Tell him not. I'm like, who's she? Tell him not here. Tell him not. I'm like, okay. I walk downstairs. Oh, you see your cousin? Oh, he's not here. You sure he's not here? No, he's not here. The mom in the living room. No, he's not here. I didn't know what the memo being put out there. When she come on the door, she's not here. You know what I'm saying? So when she left, I asked him what happened. Yo, she's not normal. What do you mean not normal? Yo, we're in the car. She did not want to. I was begging her, please, time out, stop. She's like, no. I was like, okay, so you got the right one then. So what do you mean? I tell you, yeah, she put you in your place. No problem. Keep it up.
Wow.
Hey, what I was trying to say out, everybody is not the same. You will find out one in particular one will put you at your spot. That's why I say polygamy.
Nobody ever broke me down. That ain't never happened. Never will.
I wanna.
Let's say you got lucky. You didn't meet G when you was younger. Let's say that.
Wait, hold on, Black David. Go ahead, say it.
Some people say, I want this type of person until they get it. They're like, oh shit, I shouldn't have wished for that. And that happens to men and women. Like, oh, I want someone that, does this specific until they find out that it's, more than they thought it was. And they're like, oh, yep, it happens.
Too much booty holes, bro,
They're like, they want a beautiful woman. They want a beautiful woman, but when they have it, they're all jealous and it's like insecure because they can't handle to have a beautiful woman.
And to add to that,
okay, I was just
hold on. And I'm saying that every woman is beautiful, but like obviously some women.
Not every woman is beautiful, but we hear you.
Some women will get more attention than others, and I'm not saying they want the attention. They just get attention without even doing anything. It's just their presence, period.
No,
and then, they will get insecure.
Are you talking about yourself, Saida? Are you talking about that you get a lot of attention? That's what you're trying to say?
No.
Now, to be a joke on this one, devil advocate.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Wait, Black Dave, hold on. I gotta dive into this one. Okay. So, all right. So you're saying that men can't handle, or most men cannot handle a beautiful woman.
I did not say that. I say some men. And I'm saying that was an example for, what we were saying, that they will wish to have something until they have it. Women sometimes they decide, okay, I wish I have this man that that is a little jealous, so I can feel special, until they have a jealous man.
Well, yeah. I don't know. Like, I think for the ones that want so much without really counting the cost of it, it kind of speaks about their personal mindset of things. Because look, I know there's a lot of insecure women that will want these jealous type of dudes. But when you already have a good man, so let's say you have a good man that give you the freedom that you want, but you're not satisfied. Now you got a man from the mental asylum that not only is jealous of other men being around with you, but he doesn't even want women to be around with you. It's just you and him. You're locked in forever, and that's it. Unless you can kick rocks and just lose out on the resources.
Hey.
So,
good case to put together. Good case.
And as far as with the man that wants these dime pieces, look, man, you gotta be emotionally stable, emotionally prepared, because look, once you have a dime piece around your arms, most dudes would try to either holler at her in front of you, or the moment you walk into the restroom and then come out, and then next thing you know, you got 4 or 5 dudes trying to line themselves out.
Come on, they did that in high school. They do that in high school. Come on.
But you gotta be the man. You gotta be a man, right? With tough skin, man. And you gotta be ready to defend yourself, because look, these dudes, they're gonna be testing you. You're gonna be like, damn, man, how did this ugly dude get with this dime piece right here? Either he got some money, either he must have a mouthpiece, or she's just doing this out of pity. And then they're gonna try to flex for you.
Well, what has to happen in situations like that is that your woman, already lets it be known, hey, I'm already taken. And she lets the men know sternly, and she corrects them completely. Look, I'm not interested. I'm with somebody. You know what I mean? But if she's entertaining it and she's laughing, or she ain't really saying much, and it's like, I'm gonna look at the woman like, why you not saying nothing? Like, if you with me, you should say something. Just like if it was a woman coming up to me, and a woman was coming on to me and saying stuff, and I'm just sitting there and I'm either giggling, or I'm not really saying nothing, or I'm just acting a certain way, then my woman gonna look at me like, yo, check her, tell her, you with me. You know what I mean? So I think, like I said, it's gotta be on both. You gotta respect each other both. You know what I mean? Not even entertain that. But I think also everybody has a preference. So everybody has a preference of what kind of person they want to be with. So, you know what I mean? Some people want people that are more laid back. Some people don't want people that are more extroverted. We all got our preferences. Now, can we handle our exact preferences, or are they reasonable? That's a whole nother conversation. Sometimes your preferences are not reasonable, okay? They're not reasonable. You know what I mean? I want a man to make this much money. Do you make that much money? No. Well, then what are we talking about? You know what I mean? I want a woman that does this and does that, and she gotta lose this much weight and all this other stuff. Do you even work out, brother? Do you even do a push-up, brother? No? Well, then shut up. You know what I mean? It's gotta be both ways, man. You know what I mean? I think we gotta get away from this gender role stuff, and we gotta really get to just being honest about who we are as people, and whether what we are asking for actually makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, whether you're a man or a woman, then don't be mad when people tell you that what you're saying sounds stupid. And your expectations are off. So yeah.
Best, I'm just gonna say this. People need to understand and know their limits. Sometimes your limit is up to a certain level of your caliber. And the fact is, sometimes it's like this. You can't, I like the way how you put it about you. Like, do you even work out? I usually say, can you even lift, bro? A man should not expect to have a fitness model, someone that has six-pack abs. You know what I mean? A nice, good back. Long hair, and you sitting down like eating potato chips. You know what I mean? Playing like Apex or whatever gaming. No pun to Apex Sim, which is now Afflicted Beans. But the point is, you can't just be sitting around there hoping and wishing for some random girl, some pretty girl who's already superficial by default because of the looks, to just come to your lap and be like, "Oh, hey, I'm here for you, baby. Come get me. I like you for who you are and what you're doing." Well, you really don't do anything, so I can't really use that analogy, but that's the point. Get with somebody with your own caliber, unless you're willing to take it to the next level. And that's really trying to build yourself up as a man. Period.
I hope they go both sides if that's the case.
Yeah, it goes both sides. But I'm just saying for the men.
I'm playing devil advocate here.
Yes. And the reason why I think that the strongest personality will always, the strongest personality will be the leader in a relationship, and that should be the man. But we also have those type of females that want to be on top, and then whoever is the strongest, the weakest person will accommodate to the other person. So then we end up becoming the reflection of the other person. And if the person works out, and I personally have experienced this, like someone that had good habits, like healthy habits, kind of like trespassed that to me, and I wanted to keep going. And then I met someone that had like horrible habits, like really bad habits, not sleeping enough, was not working out, was not eating healthy, and it was just everything was a mess. So I felt like I was quitting to all the good stuff that I had, and little by little I was like, I am becoming a mini version of this person. I didn't like it. I was not comfortable going in that direction, and I felt it coming. So at the end of the day, and yes, I was letting that man lead, but at the end of the day, I was not feeling comfortable with who I was becoming, being with this person. So you become a reflection, and that could happen for the men too. If she's toxic and then she's putting all that toxicity in you, then you become ending, with all that toxicity. So
go ahead, Black David.
I would just say this. It's a known thing that we play the double standard within themselves. Lady want the guy who has six pack, huge pack, muscle chiseled leg, or athletic and strong, but they're not in shape. And man want the woman who's like a fitness trainer, looking like who can run a 400-meter dash easy with no problem. But you look like you were 8 months pregnant for several years. You know what I mean? But it go both ends. But at the same token, I think the problem with people, they set their objective or their standard a little bit too high above their pay grade or above the skill set they had available. You have to fit within your balance level. If you want that woman who's a fitness trainer, hit the gym, get the workout, do the 8-mile walk, do the 5-mile run, whatever you got to do to get there. If you want a man who got a six pack, big chisel arm and everything, then ma'am, you might want to get that Lucia Robert gym membership or whatever kind of gym membership you get yourself into, or get a personal trainer, because at the end of the day, you can't expect a man to drop his standard below, but you cannot do the same for yourself. I think it go on both ends. I think that's where the problem comes to play. People are being a little bit too delusional what they think their worth is. And
let me ask a question though. Let me ask a question, everybody. Let me ask a question. Aren't we all delusional in a sense? Some of us. Anybody can answer.
I'm a nerdy guy. I'm logical. I know where I'm at. Out there, I'm a 5 or a 6. But maybe my personality draw more than what I expected, because the thing is, I learned how to be humble. I don't do well with ego. I'm a simple-minded, humble guy. You like who I am, you like who I am. Chances is, sometimes I could draw a model. I don't know why. Maybe you like my personality. It's what it is. Everybody got preference, but I don't let it go to my head.
What do you mean delusional, though?
Like, don't we aren't we all a little bit delusional as far as like things that we expect or want? Just a little bit.
Oh, I don't think I'm delusional.
Not a little bit, just a little bit? Or
Nah,
desensitized?
I would definitely say, speaking from her, I'm more. I think I more understand men than a lot of women. I'm realistic. So I don't think
Mm.
I'm delusional. Like I
Good thing
know
I
what
was a
I'm
mad
able to
scientist.
get. I'm not like here like, well, he's gonna have to give me the stars. Like, bitch, please. You get what I'm saying?
Imagine me
Mm.
cloning Jeezy, make 1,000 Jeezy and put it out in the world. What thing will happen to a lot of guys?
They will live a great lives because at the end of the day, this pussy pops. I'm a woman. No matter how
Oh
I
Lord
talk,
Jesus.
how high I speak, I'm still a woman. I'm not going to outman a man. I can't never do that. Like
No,
no
I
matter.
don't tell you, you're not gonna out male. You do go put him in the playbook, but he's not gonna
Nah,
have the time to
I wouldn't
cheat.
do
He's too
that.
tired to cheat.
I wouldn't do that. Well, that probably that too, but I wouldn't. I would say I'm a woman. I will always have a man lead. I'm not gonna be in a position where I'm gonna be manhandling a man.
No, you don't man. You do woman handling in the bedroom.
Mm.
That's all. I don't call it man. I call it woman handling.
Like that too.
You drain him out to the point whereby he's looking at you like, any more of this, I'm dead.
But that's what you're supposed to do because if you don't, if he not good, once he go outside, he gonna want everything out there.
And disclaimer for every guy out there: if you want 4 Jeezy to get married to, I wish you the best of luck. I will ship out your lifetime supply of Viagra, lifetime supply of blood pressure pills.
But you see, like that's being
Oh
delusional,
Lord.
thinking that I'm gonna be able to get sex like that. I'm realistic. I know a man is not able to do
I
that.
say your younger self, not your older self.
No, even my older self. I don't
Oh,
think
okay.
that my sex drive dropped or like I lost it. I'm still feeling how I'm feeling.
You
But
still out here? Okay.
right, but to say like a man he can't. I'm realistic. I know it's not gonna be sex every single day on the hour. You get what I'm saying?
I
Like
get it.
I
Well,
might
it depends what type of man you're dealing with, though.
Yeah,
Depends what type of
right,
man
but
you're dealing with.
sometimes if he coming from work, he's tired, he's doing whatever he's doing, he's not gonna have the energy for that. So I'll probably be sucking dick, but I know I'm not gonna have sex.
There
And
we
that's
go.
the problem with females because they don't understand. Sometimes you just gotta do that and go about your business.
You got a point.
But is that true? Is that true in every aspect though? Where the woman or even the man has to step up in certain areas, right? You know what I mean? Because sometimes we expect, okay, well I don't cooked all this food, so he should automatically have to clean the dishes. Or he may feel like, man, I don't pay for this car. You know what I mean? The least she can do is not that I done park the car. The least she could do is put some gas in it when she drive it. You know what I'm
What
No,
I
saying? Don't we all have those expectations?
he the
what I would
logical.
say is I'm not from that era where I believe that a man has to pay 100% everything.
Okay.
I'm glad you're saying that because here's the logical aspect of it. Based on a man's career path, all men are not the same. If you got a man who doing construction work, working long hours, coming home, he should not be doing nothing at home. He should come home to relax, get a well cooked meal,
I
either
agree.
watch the football game or whatever she can do to keep you lightheaded. He should not be able to do extra more work. If he's a police officer, okay, you better let him relax, literally, because the streets is crazy. If he's a doctor, all these type of different professions have different level of stress. I did a series on my channel with my partner about burnout. And people don't realize certain job titles do certain things to your body and to your mental capacity. And you want a man to do X, Y, and Z to buy you a house, to buy you a car, and do X, Y, and Z, but you gotta go out in the world and between what kind of job he's doing. When he coming back, either he's mentally drained, physically drained, emotionally drained, or all of the above. What do you expect me to do next after that? The same thing applied to the woman, and she also work out in the workforce. The same thing
Hmm.
applied to her as well. I'm a logical thinker because I look on both aspects of the fence. So I have to be logical about it. The problem with people, not everybody think the same what I think. Like I look at things like a scientist, X, Y, and Z, the equation, you have to balance off. If it's not balanced, something is missing. Am I wrong?
No. I hear what you're saying. I believe there's got to be balance in everything that we're doing. You know what I mean? But I think sometimes we all could have unrealistic expectations,
That means being
unrealistic
delusional.
things that we asking for. That's why I say sometimes we may be a little bit, just a little bit, narcissistic or delusional. I think we all have a little bit of it in us. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Or and judgmental as well. Because I could believe like what, I come from this background, so this is how things should be. But in my mind, I'm not even thinking that this the person that I'm interested in. You know what I mean? Has a completely, totally different background than me. We could be in the same neighborhood, but their experiences are gonna be different than mine. It's just a natural fact.
Yeah, I think that's a real humble way of thinking. But I'm with Jeezy. The delusion part, negative, coach. You know what I mean? And as far as everything that you and Black David just discussed, that's why you gotta really talk to a person. And every outcome not gonna be the same. That's why every woman got their own preferences, right? But the more you really talk to a woman, the more you will really understand who that woman is, and she really understand who you is, no matter how it seems to the outside, and to the public. Which is why, like for me, I'm really accustomed to dating, pretty women, to having pretty women be sexually attracted to me because of just how I like to move within relationships or whenever I'm trying to court a woman. But delusions come when there's dishonesty, when there's miscommunication, right? And because how many times can one thing seem one way to other people, but it really be some way behind closed doors? And for me, I haven't met a single woman. If I announced that I liked her, I guarantee that she wanted to fuck me. I guarantee that, she at some point in time pictured my dick in her mouth. Because at the end of the day, if she actually sexually attracted to you and she actually like you to a certain degree, it's certain stuff that's it's just gonna come with it. That's why, like, for me, the delusion part, like, I'm with Jeezy on it. Nah, I know what the fuck I want. I know who I am. And like she said, if it's 16 more hers out there, 16 more men gonna be happy. Maybe they don't spend their life with her, but they gonna be happy. You know what I mean? Because it seemed like she the kind of person that's gonna put into a relationship where she want to get out, and that's called
reciprocity.
Exactly. Sorry, I was smoking. That's called
You good?
reciprocity, my brother. Yeah, I'm saying, and everybody, men, women, straight, gay, it don't matter. We all want reciprocity. It feels good to have the energy reciprocated. It feels good to have orgasms reciprocated. And that's just how I look at it.
Well, the reason I say that, in Jesus, I'm gonna let you build. I'm gonna let you definitely I'm gonna let you cook. The reason I say that, Saeed, I definitely want to hear your perspective on this too, and Black David. The reason I say this is because since we all are coming from different backgrounds, different aspects, different things, the reason I say we all are delusional a little bit is because I'm believing that this is what I want and I need for myself, my life, and my partner, whoever else I'm with, right? Or who's ever within my family unit, right? They could believe in the same thing. You know what I mean? They can even follow my approach as a leader, right? But we all have emotions, right? We have emotions, and through those emotions and through the different things that we experience through life, it will shape our perspective. So because it shapes our perspective, yes, I believe that Gigi could make a lot of men happy. You know what I mean? With things that she does for her man. I'm not discounting that fact. But the reason why I say that we are all delusional a little bit is because we will have a belief that something is a certain way because we believe it. And in some retrospect, it is that way. But in some retrospect, it isn't. We all have a piece of the puzzle. We don't have the complete puzzle. We have a piece. You know what I'm saying? So I bring my piece of the puzzle to this. D, you bring yours. GZ bring hers. Saida brings hers. CBN, he brings his. M3, when he come back up, he bring his. We all bring a piece of the puzzle. You know what I mean? There's only one complete puzzle. I'm not going to get into religion. But there's only one complete puzzle that I believe. You know what I'm saying? You can believe whatever you want. It's all good. But we all have a piece of that puzzle. And we all bring our pieces and we are able to build from there. But there's no one person who's completely sane. They're completely have everything correct. None of us are like that. We all have there's certain things that are a little bit off. And there's certain things we got that's dead on. You know? There's certain people, you ask them to cook, and man, they can cook you better than any restaurant in town. You know what I mean? Certain people you can ask them to paint, and they can paint something better than Van Gogh or anybody else. Some people can write poetry just as good as Langston Hughes, if not better. You know what I mean? Because that's their field. But not everybody can do that. And as we see, we all have different talents. We all have different strengths and weaknesses. So yes, so in a little bit, we do have a little bit of delusion there because we can't see everything clearly. Good example of that is the Doctor Strange movie. But I ain't gonna get into that. I ain't gonna spoil it for nobody. All right, I ain't even see it, but I kind of know what happened a little bit, but I don't want to spoil it. So yeah. Jeezy, go ahead and build. M3, welcome back. D, what's up?
Hey guys, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to cut this show, but I got some work to do. I enjoy the
Okay, Black David.
conversation. I enjoy being a little devil advocate and being a little technical on things because I realize when we have that technicality and looking at both sides of the fence, you can understand both individuals in situations like that. Because I'm not trying to call people to anybody, but I think we had to look at things much deeply and be understandable what's really going on. Because just like the past topic you talk about today, they had a lot of disbelief whereby people believe this is what it is, but it's not. Like the lady that was saying, they know their body better than we do. We know our body than what the lady does. But if we don't have that level of understanding between both sides, it creates confusion, which I fully understand. I grasp that. I enjoy the conversation. The next time when we're a little devil advocate and being some technicality on it, I'll come in. It's fun. It's fun because it good allow you to see things on the other side. To see maybe you're overlooking certain things you didn't realize was really out there to begin with. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
So I appreciated the time I have here. You know where to find me. Enjoy your night. Be safe, guys. All right.
See you later.
Have a good night, brother.
Night, brother.
Good night.
All right. Hopefully everyone's enjoying sex and relationships. So.
What are you saying, Shady? Go ahead.
Oh, I hear y'all now. Sorry.
Oh, Jeezy, go ahead, Jeezy, go ahead. That's how you.
No, she can go ahead. I'm sorry, my mic was messing up. It's fine. You have your thought. You can go ahead.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say that this delusional thing, you kind of have to investigate and understand a little more. So I agree with Mr. Best. So many of us are obsessed with knowing, ourselves and spend hours contemplating, who we are and how we appear to others. But only just a few people know who they really are. There is an internal self-awareness and an external self-awareness. So in order for you to understand the actual delusional behavior, because this is a disorder, the delusional disorder, and we all have, just like we all have, how do you call that, when you want things in order? Oh my god, I forgot that
OCD.
disorder. OCD. We all have OCD in our own way. Some people want to order stuff in colors, some people by sizes, some people by shapes or whatever. So we all have our own OCD or own disorders. So there's behavioral symptoms for this delusional disorder. There is cognitive symptoms and psychological symptoms. Social difficulties that you may have, tension in romantic relationships related to the delusion, irritability, that's one symptom as well, because your delusion, meaning that the reality that you have or you perceive is not the actual reality. So that's a delusion right there automatically. So yes, we all have a little bit of delusional behavior.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
I can't. I don't know if I have. I don't know. I don't have that. I'm sorry. There's nothing delusional that I expect when I'm dealing with a man. Like I wholeheartedly know I'm not delusional about no man. And I don't know if it was the way I was brought up. I was raised by my dad, and I had 2 brothers. I was the only. It's not like, it's to the point that they tell me if I ever get my heart broken, I deserve it. Because I have like the eagle eye. Like, that's one thing I'm really not, with a man, I'm not delusional about. For sure. Like, I don't overstep, I don't overreach, I play my part. That's it. I don't do too much, I don't do too little. So delusional, nah. I don't sit in my house thinking, oh my God, I wonder if he feels this way. Never. I know me, I'm solid. So being delusional, I don't like, from the examples that you guys are giving, nah.
Okay. Sarah, can you I'll give you some time to reply to that.
It's not only for relationships, I would say. The delusional part, negation is part of the symptoms as well. So, it's not only has to do with relationships. It could be in any, phase of our lives. Doesn't necessarily have to be with a relationship. It's just like, oh, I believe it's this way. That's your reality. That's your perception. So that's not the reality for others.
I don't got that.
Delusion.
Like being a Black woman, I don't got time for that, to be delusional, in my opinion. Like, I have too many strikes to be delusional in life. Like, everything I have, everything I did, I was realistic, and I worked mad hard for it. No delusion, just hard work. So in a relationship, I'm not delusional. In life, I'm not delusional. Like, I'm so much of a risk. Like, I literally get everything. Like, it could be a situation where I'm supposed to go out with somebody, they don't call me or nothing. They could call me tomorrow and speak to me, because life happens, shit happens. I'm one of those people. So to be delusional, nah.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way that, that Jeezy feels. Like, I know who I am. I know how I feel. I know what I bring to the table. I know my truth. I know it's not even my truth. I know the truth. You know what I'm saying? And when you're comfortable with the truth, then, the lies and the deception is one thing, and I can speak about that because it happened to me recently publicly, where, a narrative is spent and a lot of people think they know what the fuck. They really think that they know something about me and what I got going on. And that's why what I did, I had to, I'm not going to speak on it too much, best like we, talked about privately, but, the little truth I did put out there, it made people question how much of that narrative was really true. Right. And, I'd be damned if I ever had actually put the whole narrative out there, because it's no need to. Right. That's why I ultimately agree with you, Jeezy. It's like, when you know something real and you, at least what you brought to the table was real, everything else, you can't be responsible for somebody else being fugazi. You only can be responsible for you being real. That's all you can really be responsible for. I think, in a sense, that is a projection, right? Is if somebody feels like somebody's being delusional, maybe they just not seeing that person and everything that they bring for what it's really worth, right? And let me say it like this: how many? Because rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. But how many women, like that girl that was average at best, thought that she should have a certain type of dude, and the dudes that was probably doing a lot to show her that they really fucked with her, it wasn't enough. She was delusional, not them, right? And I wonder now, has she even getting the kind of man that she want? Because I hear that all the time in these spaces. Women want a certain kind of man, whether it's money, whatever, but they don't have that type of man. He's not there beside them. He's not there covering them. So the looks, the shape, whatever it is, if you don't have the type of man, maybe that woman is delusional. And I think that's something that we got to take. So for me, I like what Jeezy's saying, because I know what I bring every single time. And if I have to really prove that, I mean, I will, but I'm at the point now where I'm so at peace with myself. I'm just going to let these other people project what they want to project, which is more than likely their own insecurities. That's how I look at that.
Okay. Oh, I'm about to cut. Oh, I love this stuff. Oh, intellectual soapbox is in the building right now. I'm ready. Ah, man. Okay. So Eddie was trying to make a point, but I'm about to drive it home because this is what I do best. It's what makes me best in the world. That's what I do. Listen, and I'm kind of piggyback off of some of her points, but I'm about to drive it home as well. As Saida said, it's bigger than relationships. You know what I mean? Because what we're talking about, and I get what Jeezy and D is saying, y'all just talking about relationships, but we're talking about bigger than that. If anybody ever seen the movie Limitless, you know what I'm talking about. Limitless was somebody who learned how to use the whole function of their brain, which none of us have the capability of doing. So yes, based upon that, we are a little bit all delusional. Because basically a delusion is I believe something is fact and it really isn't. So all of us have that in some retrospect. Whether we want to believe it or
What
not,
is
we
an
have it.
example though?
Hold on.
Because
Hold
y'all
on.
know.
Hold on. Because I'm not just talking about relationships. I'm talking about more than that. You know what I mean? We all believe in certain things in life that are not actually factual. We just believe that that's true. You know what I mean? Which will make you delusional because it's not factual. It's not real. You know what I mean? And it doesn't have to be a big delusion. Being delusional doesn't mean that like you are just like out of your mind. It doesn't mean that. It just means that you have believed in something that is not true and it's not real. There's no credence. There's no credibility behind it. It's not factual. And everybody has that. Because like I said, we don't even use the whole function of our brain. So how can we think that we know and see and have everything? We don't. Nobody does. Except for M3. M3's perfect. I'm sorry. He invented the limitless pill. I had a big one. But no, yeah. No, nobody has that all together. Nobody has it all together. You know what I'm saying? We all are a little bit off. Whether it's the OCD thing that Saida explained and how that comes in different variations, or just different things that we perceive that we believe is actually legit, but it's not. You know what I mean? And that's what we mean. That's what we mean by the whole delusional thing. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, we're all delusional. Yes, we are all desensitized in a sense, based on technology. That's just a natural fact and do studies. You know what I'm saying? Yes, we all suffer a little bit of OCD. Also based on technology and all of the, what do they call that? When your senses are, when you're using a lot of your senses, what do they call that? I had the
Sixth
term.
sense.
No. When your senses are always on, like you're always watching TV, you always have the phone in front of you. What do they call that? Oh my God, sensory overload. We have a sense of sensory overload. So that's everybody, which affects your brain waves, which affects the way you think and the way you compute things. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that was my point.
And see, Bess, I kind of
And
disagree.
disagreeing with that. I was
I'm about to say, because Bess, like when you look at the definition of delusional, right? I'm like,
Wait,
I like to
just
go
want
off.
to say I was just googling the definition, but go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm more of a like when we start like getting to these semantics, I don't really care about feelings. I care about definition, right? Like we can define love or math, however the fuck we want to, but they have definitions for them, right? So delusional is characterized by or holding idiosyncratic beliefs or expressions that are contradicted by reality or rational argument, typically a mental disorder, right? So if you know what you actually bring to the table, right? So I can say this: I know that I bring a bachelor's degree from Central Michigan. I know that I worked in cybersecurity for Motors. I know that just now I was just hired into Think Media, who has over 1 million subscribers, right? I know that I'm a father that has never been on child support, right? And y'all watch publicly, at least Best, you know about this, where they tried to get Christiana, my daughter's mother, to come on a panel to speak against me. She wouldn't do it. Why? Because she's covered for, right? we posted $17,000 paid within 2 months, right, for all of the rent pay, and I'll be happy to have her join the link now, and she can explain that like we did in our video on my page, right? So when you know what you
She's always welcome
bring,
to come up, but we don't have to get into that.
right,
Man. That's all good.
right.
Yeah.
But when you, and the videos are raised on my page, shout out to Christiana. But when you know what you actually bring, and a woman is aware of it because she's ripping the benefits from it, then it's real. You know what I'm saying? But the delusion comes when, right, again, I'm going back to that example of your average at best woman, right? Where she wants that type of man. And Kevin asked her, okay, are you around those type of men? Do you know what those type of men even want? Right? She has actual delusion because she has these beliefs when you don't even know how to get to A, B, C, and D. It's like the dudes who say, I'm going to be rich tomorrow. Right, cool. How are you about to get rich? And the motherfucker has no plan. Right? That is delusion in its actual definition, because you have this sense of reality that's not true. You know, one of the things that I can say, but they had that sense of reality based on what? The key word is this, right? To go to the definition, idiosyncratic, right? Why do you have that specific word in there? Because that's based on no plan, no evidence of, no footprint of nothing, right? No footprint of a single thing. And so, like this, you have a guy like a girl, and he might think it's something more than what it is, or the people around might think it's more than what it is based on what she's saying. But if you was to get people who witnessed the relationship and get them to testify under oath, will the story change? Right? If more evidence was presented, will the story change? And that all depends on, you know, if we even get to that point where we have to prove some shit. But at the end of the day, delusion. That's why I agree with Jeezy, because delusion, that it has a real definition to it. You know, that's like, delusion is on the lines of somebody who's schizophrenic. Like, you believe in a reality that's just not.
No, because remember, you said maybe at times it can have, you know, mental health issues. It doesn't say at all times. It said at times it can. So that means that there are variations. That means that there are times that are ain't and it ain't. And here's the thing. I'm like quicksand, man. The more you try to fight against me, the more you sink in. Just tap. I got you. You know what I mean? It's all good. Listen, the reason I'm saying that is because, listen, there's always something that you believe that's not always completely correct. That's what I'm trying to say, which is a sense of delusion because it's not completely correct. So there are core things. The thing that you named about yourself, yes, you are right. That is you to the full. But there are other things in your life that you believe that is factual, that is not factual. And maybe you can see it, maybe you can't. You know what I mean? And that's why when we get into like religion and all this other stuff, I never debate with people, because the reason why I don't debate religion or anything else is because I believe we all are wrong and we all are right. So we all, like I said, we all have a piece of the puzzle. We are not the puzzle. We are our own standard. We should blaze our own trail, but we are not the end all or be all. We don't know everything. You know what I'm saying? We know certain things, but we don't know everything. And we should always be on a path to be learning more. But the things that you have down, bro, yeah, you already know I salute you. You know what I mean? Completely. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know, we don't know every single thing, and we can't basically, we're not factual on everything. It's impossible. Nobody is. I just want to give a quick shout out to some of Ms. Pies. Good to see you. She said overstimulation. Yes, it is. This is kind of another point that I was trying to make. Brother Marcus, you, Princess K, or some, if y'all want to come up and join this, y'all can. The link is pinned in the chat. Come on up.
And let me jump in this real quick. And this is why it's safe to just call it perception. Because perception is basically your rights and your wrongs. Your perception is basically a narrative of your own truth. Now, that doesn't mean that the truth is correct. You know what I mean? It just means that what you see is basically what you go by is your truth. based off like your own personal belief. So, you know, that's what I just want to kind of add on to it. Everybody is going to disagree on a certain thing because you don't really see that person's perspective yet. Go ahead, Cider.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like me saying, oh, only good looking men are attracted to me, or vice versa. That's what I perceive. That's what, because I like them, I see that these people is looking a certain way, but that's not what others think. So my delusional part is believing that only this specific people look for me or find me, or etc etc, when in reality is something is subjective. Why? Because we all have a different perception of that reality that is different. So the delusion is right there. So it doesn't specifically have to do with in a relationship. That's why I keep saying it's not only related to a relationship, it's in general in life, it's in general. I wanted to say something because I'm gonna jump out in a little bit. Pretty much right after I say this, I wanted to apologize with M3, Mr. Best. I know you guys have me here, and I know that I kind of like trespassed the line for bringing, the comment from the other person. I didn't mean to disrespect anybody, so I just wanted to say that, yeah, I apologize for it.
No, thank you. We appreciate that. And we about to close anyway because I got to clean up and M3 got to go to bed because he got to get work in the morning. So yeah, we about to close anyway, y'all.
Yeah, it is like 10:50 my time, which I know that is 11:50 your time. So, look, you're a night rider. I could definitely tell. Look
Not
at
really.
11 o'clock. At 11, 10 o'clock, I'm like, look, man, I should have been crashing a long time ago. So
Yeah, no, it's just because I'm not going to the gym in the morning, but like once I'm going to the gym, I can't stay after 9. So yeah, right now it's just, some time off. Yeah.
I get you. I get you. All right. Are you still I don't feel like bring Princess K in up. Are you still doing like the? I know it's off topic, but are you still doing like the keto thing?
No, I'm starting on Monday back again. Yeah. I
Okay.
was
Okay.
supposed to start like 2-3 weeks ago, but
Well, okay. When you're like on your off season, what foods like do you normally eat?
I just include starchy veggies like potato, rice, quinoa. I add stuff that I usually don't eat. I don't eat, I don't go like wrong and totally unhealthy. It's just that I add stuff that I usually don't have.
Okay. Okay. I don't know, I was just curious though.
Like pasta.
Welcome back,
Pasta.
Princess K. I'm gonna give 5 minutes. Everybody say what they gotta say. Princess K, you can give your perspective. Welcome back.
No, I'm just like doing my hair and listening to everybody talk. We were having an interesting conversation there, but I don't have much to give. I'm just here.
Well, your
What,
presence is more given.
yeah, but what do you think about the whole delusional and perspectives comments? What do you think?
I saw it more so they were speaking from Jeezy and Terrell are speaking more from most likely a relationship standpoint. And you guys were touching on like the whole relationships and everything else. So it was kind of like two conversation points being brought into one. I wouldn't say either is wrong, neither is right. You know.
Anybody else? Anybody else got any final thoughts? Jeezy, D, anybody?
No, me and Truth, we about to do a live. I decided, fuck it, I'm up now. I'm about to do a live, so I'm gonna go ahead and tap out. And it's a pleasure speaking to everybody here, and everybody have a good night. I'll
D,
see y'all later.
I'll be on in about 30, 40 minutes.
All right, bet. Say no more.
All
right, guys.
All right, man.
Peace.
All right, later. All right. Jeezy, you have any closing comments? Okay. Well, I would say this: it's definitely good to see you guys. Thank you, Jeezy, for returning back. It's definitely good to see you. Again, as always. And especially like in large relationships after dark. And then, of course, Princess K, it's always good to see you around as well too. And likewise, Mr. Best, you already know how we roll. So,
man, Princess K was here for the beginning of the show, and that's here when we closing.
Exactly. Yo, you be forgetting. Yo, Best, man, you be forgetting her. Yeah.
I'm like 15 minutes early.
Yeah, she was ready to go. I was like, look, as soon as I hopped in, I saw her boop, right? I was like, oh, Princess K, okay. You know, it was like this. You know, she was coming and she was waiting. And you know, Princess K still not waiting for too long. Yeah. But yeah, it was definitely a cool night. Man, who would have thought this would have turned out to be like a good topic about double standard and then just sex shit, you know? So shout outs to like, Summer Miss Pies, like, from earlier. Shout outs to K Marion, Apex Simp. Shout outs to of course you Princess K, but Von Eric, Quantum Love as well too. Thank you for sticking around with us. Shout outs to like Daryl Long, Brother Marcus the rookie. Shout outs to Black Canadian Nigerian David. Man, there's so many people. Shout outs to Aunt JP. Man, we definitely look everybody. Support us. Please give your support to Aunt JP. Go follow her on YouTube channel. I mean, look, I think by then everybody else already probably followed her, but if you forgot to follow her on IG and YouTube, man, please do that. And shouts to Wally as well too. He only came up for a minute, but shouts to him as well. He's always been giving support, man. So Big Rick Slap, Simon Hector,
Queen,
yes, the UK. Shouts for Queen,
Damo, Free Damo.
Shouts to DJ Eddie King. He was at work, working hard.
DJ King.
Yeah. Shouts to First Lady Tammy. She had a parent-teacher conference. So, look, man, this stuff like takes a toll, man, like in the StreamYard. One of these days, we probably will take a break, maybe for like 5 hours, and then we'll keep going. But
remember our break is coming in July. So I got like 5 more weeks of us. Really 6 more weeks, and then we're going on a break.
Yeah. So, and I think it's much needed. Shouts to like Moments with Mickey Red. Thank you for
Mickey.
Shouts to Miss Tequila. Yo,
hey, Miss Tequila.
Man. Well, shouts to Mizzy Limbs. Thank you for tuning in. And on a serious note, like I said, her Silencios is good, man. Like, I need to try it out for real. Shouts to Mike, where the rabbit hole ends. Smash that like button. Of course, shouts to Sierra. All right, let's stop. Shouts to High Value Nurse. Shouts to AR. Shouts to Be Easy. Damn, man, how many people? Let me see.
Shouts to everybody, man. We gotta go, man.
Yeah, shouts to Paraleisure TV.
Hey, Paraleisure TV, what's good, man?
Shouts to She Stole My Thunder. Shouts to Sophia. All right, man. I think that's everybody, man. If I miss a single person, I'm so sorry. Shouts to Mr. Intellectual Soapbox.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, K. Marion. Oh yeah, please leave a comment after the show. Remember, again, I'll put up there one more time, right? Please hold on. Leave. Yeah, where is it? Why can't I find? Okay, whatever. Just please leave a comment after the show when it's over, okay? And with that being said, get my banner ready. There we go. With that being said, we are out, everyone. Peace.
All right, y'all. Peace.